Chapter 1: The Servant's Daughter. Callista Rain stirred from her restless slumber as the first light of dawn timidly crept through the dusty attic window, casting a soft glow on her slender form. The shadows danced around her, whispering secrets of a world beyond her cramped sanctuary. With a quiet sigh, she rose from her thin mattress, her thoughts flickering like the motes in the air, uncertain, yet imbued with a trace of the bravery she had inherited from her father. The attic felt stifling, filled with the weight of memories and untold stories. Worn wooden beams towered overhead, their knots and imperfections like the challenges she faced in her daily life. Callista gazed out at the rising sun, its gentle warmth beckoning her to venture forth, even as the heavy air of the room clung to her like a shroud. She took a moment to appreciate the dust motes that danced lazily in the sunlight. They reminded her of the dreams she nurtured in the hidden corners of her heart. Gathering herself, she moved deliberately across the attic floor, careful not to disturb the fragile silence. With each step, she felt the familiar urgency of her morning routine. Her small treasures awaited her. She reached for the locket, its surface cool and smooth against her fingers, containing a tiny portrait of her father. The warmth of his smile seeped through the metal, a gentle reminder of the love that still enveloped her. In that moment, she found strength. Next, she reached for a well-worn book filled with tales of adventure and courage, stories that her father had once spun for her beneath the glow of the fireplace. Those moments, where the boundaries of reality blurred with the whimsy of imagination, lingered in her heart, offering her comfort even on the coldest nights. With one last glance around the attic, she hurriedly dressed in her simple garments, each piece lovingly worn, a testament to her independence amidst the confines of her home. Her steps were soft on the creaking wooden floor as she descended the narrow staircase of Lydia's manor. The delicate swish of her skirts followed her like a shadow, as if it too felt the weight of her determination. She moved efficiently, her heart thrumming in her chest, not just from the excitement of facing a new day, but also the anticipation of what lay beyond the clutches of her stepmother's oppressive rule. Yet the further she moved from her sanctuary, the heavier her heart became. Callista inhaled deeply, trying to capture the fleeting scent of lavender wafting from the small sachets Lydia insisted on hanging in the hallway. It was a pleasant aroma, meant to create an air of tranquility, yet it served only as a reminder of the constraining expectations awaiting her below. As she reached the ground floor, memories of her father's gentle guidance stirred within her, filling the air with his echoing voice, his advice wrapped in layers of love. Be brave, my dear. The world can be vast and daunting, but never lose sight of your own worth. The whispers grew louder, mixing with her own resolve to embrace her strength as she prepared to face the day. The manor, while grand and meticulously cared for, often felt like a prison. It loomed large around her, with every corner steeped in the unyielding gaze of her stepmother, Lydia, whose icy demeanor was as unyielding as the granite foundation beneath their feet. Callista sensed the atmosphere shift as she approached the kitchen, the heart of the household where she was expected to fulfill her duties under the watchful eyes of Lydia. With her heart steadying, she prepared herself for the inevitable. Today would be like the others, yet deep within her a spark of rebellion flickered, yearning to break free. Callista stepped into the bright, airy kitchen, her resolve bolstered by the memory of her father. With every ounce of her being she would weave her own tale, one crafted with quiet strength, resourcefulness, and perhaps one day a true sense of freedom. The expansive garden of Lydia's manor basked in the cool embrace of pre-dawn light, the air alive with the sweet scent of dew-laden blossoms. Callista Rain found solace among the vibrant colors and delicate petals, each flower a flicker of hope against the oppressive shadows of her life. As she set to work, the rhythmic sounds of watering and pruning became a symphony of determination, one that drowned out the cacophony of her anxieties about the future. With a watering can in hand, she moved from flowerbed to flowerbed, coaxing life from the soil with careful attention. Each droplet of water glistened like tiny gems, nourishing the delicate blooms that leaned toward the soft embrace of the morning sun. Callista's fingers brushed against velvety petals, feeling a connection to the garden, a world where she could cultivate beauty and solace away from her stepmother's scrutinizing gaze. As she tended to the roses, memories of her father surfaced, vivid and warm, wrapping around her like a beloved cloak. She recalled his voice, rich with enthusiasm, as he shared the wisdom of nurturing both plants and spirits. "Everything deserves care, Callista, whether it's a blossom or a dream," he would say, and she could almost hear him urging her to stay true to herself. The warmth of those memories filled her heart, lifting her spirits as she imagined the stories he could weave from the blossoms surrounding her. Suddenly, a chill sliced through her moment of reverie. The air turned dense as the sound of hushed voices drifted through the vibrant garden, creeping like shadows among the blooms. Callista froze, fingers poised above a marigold, her breath hitching in her throat. Curiosity compelled her to lean in closer, the faint conversation pulling at her. "Soon she will be prepared for Finnegan Moore's engagement," Lydia's voice rang clear, crisp as the morning light, yet laced with something far colder. The words settled heavily in the air, an unwanted weight that pressed upon Callista's chest. The idea of an engagement sent tremors through her. Her heart quickened in response to the stark reality, as dread pooled in the pit of her stomach. Clenching her jaw, she crouched behind a carefully pruned hedge, where vibrant blooms provided cover yet amplified her anguish. How could her stepmother speak of her future so casually, as if her fate were merely a transaction to secure more social standing? The flowers swayed in the light breeze, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing within her heart. Callista's mind raced, anguish clawing at her insides as she processed what was to come. Finnegan Moore, with his polished exterior and practiced charm, what did she know of him other than his wealth? The prospect of a life molded by his expectations felt suffocating, like being wrapped in a heavy cloak that blocked the sun. Anger and despair rose within her, a conflagration of emotions that threatened to engulf her spirit. But amidst the turmoil, a flicker of resolve ignited deep within her. Callista had learned from her father the value of kindness, but she also understood the importance of standing up for herself. She straightened her spine, determination flooding her. "I will not be a pawn in anyone's game," she whispered under her breath, steadying her shaking hands. With that quiet affirmation, she planted her feet firmly in the earth, drawing strength from the very soil beneath her. The garden, this sacred place of refuge, would not merely be a backdrop for her servitude. It could be the backdrop of her rebellion, a place to cultivate her dreams. Callista breathed in deeply, her heart thrumming with newfound purpose. The day would come when she would confront Lydia, when she would take back her narrative. But for now she gathered her tools and returned to the task at hand, her movements intentional and fluid. With every flower she tended, Callista buried her anxieties into the soil, allowing them to dissipate like the mist that lingered at dawn. Today, the garden was more than just a duty, it was a canvas where she would paint her defiance, one bloom at a time. Chapter 2: A Father's Legacy. Callista Rain stood in her father's old study, the familiar scent of aged books wrapping around her like an embrace. Dust motes danced in the light filtering through the half-closed curtains, floating gently in the air, bringing with them the whispers of memories that lingered like ghosts. With each sweep of her hand, she banished the remnants of neglect, searching for pieces of her past in the faded spines and trinkets scattered across the antique desk that once held her father's wisdom. As she knelt on the worn wooden floor, the chill of the hardwood seeped through her dress, but she hardly noticed. It felt good to be busy,
to let her hands find purpose in this somber space.
The books, their pages soft with time, were relics of her father's life, and though her stepmother had repurposed this room into a sitting room for her own purposes, it remained a sacred place in Callista's heart.
Each time she dusted a book, she imagined her father seated by the window, his warm voice sharing tales of distant lands and brave adventurers.
The memory made her smile, bittersweet though it was, filling the silence around her. Callista stood to rearrange a stack of books that had settled haphazardly in the corner. Her fingers traced their cracked spines, each title sparking a flicker of nostalgia, a life once rich with stories and laughter. She paused at a leather-bound tome, the title too faded to read, and tucked it back into place. The rustle of paper stirred the air, breaking the quiet with a reminder of the life that pulsed within these walls, now dulled by her stepmother's presence. Pushing a lock of auburn hair behind her ear, Callista moved toward the desk, its surface still bearing the impressions of her father's work. The wood felt cool beneath her fingertips, and as she ran them along the smooth grain, she noted a slight irregularity. Curiosity ignited a spark within her, and she pressed on the latch, its mechanism responding with a satisfying click. The concealed compartment opened with a soft creak, revealing a silver locket nestled in faded velvet, its surface gleaming in the dim light, and a neatly folded letter that seemed to hold the weight of years gone by.
Her heart raced as she lifted the locket, feeling its coolness against her palm. What stories might it hold?
She gently opened the letter, the delicate parchment crinkling under her touch. The words leaped out at her, "Follow your heart," and for a moment the rest of the world faded away. The letter hinted at secrets buried within the whispering woods, sparking a mix of wonder and quiet determination in her striking green eyes. She held the locket closer, her pulse quickening as the promise of adventure whispered to her, tied intricately to her father's legacy. For an instant, she was a child again, lying under a blanket of stars with her father's voice, painting the constellations with stories of dreams and courage. Memories flooded her, his gentle smile, the way he always encouraged her to trust her instincts, and the way he made the mundane magical. The sadness that accompanied these thoughts only solidified her resolve. She could not allow his legacy to be overshadowed by her stepmother's ambition. With a deep breath, she carefully cradled the locket, feeling its potential warmth against her skin, and the gentle hum of fate beneath the surface. As Callista tucked the letter back into the compartment and closed it, the study seemed to sigh around her, the air thick with possibility. There were secrets to uncover, threads of her father's life that tangled with her own, and her heart swelled with the urge to seek them out. She could no longer remain a mere shadow under Lydia's rule. The call to adventure beckoned with promises of freedom and self-discovery. This hidden treasure was only the beginning, a spark igniting within her as she dared to dream of a life where she could truly follow her heart. Just as Callista's heart was still racing from her discovery, the heavy silence of the room shattered. The unmistakable sound of measured footsteps approached, each step echoing like a drumbeat of impending doom. Lydia Rain entered, her sharp grey eyes scanning the room with the precision of a hawk on the hunt, and the warmth that had briefly enveloped Callista turned cold as ice.
"Just what are you doing in here?"
Lydia's voice sliced through the air, refined and commanding, as if it were a finely honed blade. Callista stood frozen, the locket still resting in her palm, its silver glint betraying her moment of weakness. She quickly tucked it behind her back, but it was too late. Lydia's keen gaze was already drawn to the movement.
"Is that?"
Lydia stepped forward, her posture rigid, her lips pursed in that way that promised trouble. Callista felt a chill creep down her spine, the unyielding aura of her stepmother pressing against her like an unseen force. Without waiting for an answer, Lydia snatched the locket from Callista's hands, her fingers moving with practiced swiftness, as though she anticipated this moment for longer than Callista could fathom.
"That belongs with the household," Lydia declared, her tone cool and clipped, the finality in her voice chilling.
Callista felt the heat of embarrassment rush to her cheeks, her hands trembling at her sides.
I was only—"
"Silence," Lydia interrupted, her steel-grey eyes narrowing as she assessed Callista with a mix of disdain and judgment.
"You are a servant in this household, Callista, not a guest.
Remember your place." The words echoed in Callista's mind like a bell tolling, each ring a reminder of her powerless position. She clenched her fists, biting back the urge to retort. Her stepmother's presence filled the room with an oppressive weight, as if even the dust motes dared not float too close to her. Lydia's icy demeanor contrasted sharply with Callista's swirling emotions, igniting a storm of defiance and hurt deep within her.
"Fetch the broom and start sweeping the hallway," Lydia commanded, her voice cutting through the tension with surgical precision. "Then I want you to scrub the kitchen floor until it shines. And don't you dare let me catch you shirking your duties again. I have no patience for idle hands."
As Callista fought the tightness in her throat, the surge of resentment rose like bile, but she swallowed it back, feeling the bitter tang linger. Each word felt like a deliberate blow, a reminder that Lydia took pleasure in the power she wielded, molding Callista's life with iron-fisted control disguised beneath a veneer of politeness.
"Yes, Lydia," Callista replied, her voice steadier than she felt, setting her jaw in silent resolve.
With every task assigned, she could feel her dreams of escape tightening like a noose, but she would not allow her stepmother to see her falter. It was a battle for dignity, one she was determined to win, even if the costs felt heavy. Lydia's eyes lingered on her for a moment longer, and Callista met her gaze defiantly, a flicker of rebellion igniting in her green depths. If only Lydia knew what secrets lay ahead, buried in the locket and the whispering woods, perhaps she would understand the fire that burned within Callista's heart. "Get to work," Lydia snapped before turning on her heel, her dark hair swaying elegantly as she swept out of the room, leaving Callista surrounded by the remnants of their clash. The silence that followed was thick with tension, pressing in on her from all sides, as she took a moment to gather her thoughts. Callista stood still for a heartbeat, her thoughts a tempest of frustration and longing.
The tasks ahead felt insurmountable, but she clung to the hope ignited by her earlier discovery.
There was a promise hidden in that silver locket, one that called out to her with a certainty she couldn't ignore. With a deep breath, she brushed off the remnants of their confrontation, and steeled herself against the weight of Lydia's expectations. As she crossed the room to retrieve the broom, she felt the cool locket beneath her fingertips, a small reminder of her father's legacy, and the secrets waiting to be uncovered. One day, she vowed silently, one day she would unravel the truth that lay hidden in the woods, and reclaim the spark of life that had been suffocated in Lydia's grasp. Chapter 3: The Forbidden Forest. Callista Rain's heart thundered in her chest as she fled the manor, the familiar comforts of her life peeling away with each hurried step. Tonight the woods beckoned her with an irresistible call, a sanctuary away from the suffocating grip of her stepmother's ambitions, and the weight of an engagement she did not choose. The whispering woods, thick with mist and promise, lay before her, inviting her into their mysterious embrace. The air grew cooler as she crossed the threshold into the dense expanse, the whisper of leaves greeting her like long-lost friends. With every breath, she inhaled the earthy scent of moss and damp soil, and a strange energy hummed beneath her skin, both alarming and exhilarating. As the manor faded into the background, Callista found solace in the shadows, each step pulling her deeper into the heart of the forest. She recalled her father's voice, warm and steady, guiding her through the dark. In moments like this, he was a faint echo in her mind, urging her to embrace her journey wherever it might lead. The narrow, winding path beneath her feet was a silvery ribbon, flecked with dew that shimmered like stars against the encroaching darkness. Branches with their low-hanging limbs brushed against her sides, soft and whispering secrets that danced just out of reach. She quickened her pace, driven by a rhythm that matched the frenetic beating of her heart. Each rustle of moss underfoot stirred a sense of urgency, and she scanned her surroundings with wide green eyes, the unfamiliar terrain both thrilling and treacherous.
As she pushed onward, the forest came alive.
Ethereal lights flickered between the trees, pulsating like fireflies caught in a languid dance. Shadows flickered in the corners of her vision, teasing her curiosity, yet they left her skin prickling with an unsettling energy. Were they spirits? Mischievous fae? The thought filled her with both dread and excitement, prompting her to forge ahead, hungry for the magic that thrummed in the air like an unplayed melody. The whispers followed her, a soft symphony carried on the cool, damp breeze. They wrapped around her, filling her ears with half-formed phrases that danced like shadows at the edge of her understanding. A fae forest, she mused, allowing the notion to weave through her thoughts as she advanced along the twisting path.
As much as fear churned in her belly, the woods also sparked something deeper, an urge to break free, to explore what lay hidden behind each tangled thicket and ancient tree.
The deeper she ventured, the more the landscape shifted beneath her feet, disorienting and hypnotic. It was as if the very earth conspired to keep her off balance, coaxing her into a deeper understanding of the forest's magic. Callista barely registered the effort it took to navigate the twists and turns. Her mind was focused elsewhere. The enchanting forest called to her, stirring memories of her father's tales about hidden realms and forgotten magic. Her fingers brushed against the coarse bark of trees as she passed, grounding her in the present, while letting her imagination wander to the possibilities ahead. Was this really her chance to find something extraordinary? To evade the dreariness of her past? Callista tightened her grip on the hem of her dress, bracing herself for whatever awaited her in the emerald depths. Though fear tangled in her chest, she found strength in the courage to defy expectations, even if that meant stepping into the unknown. With each heartbeat, she pressed forward into the enchanting chaos of the forest, a resilient spirit moving ever closer to her own fate, guided by intuition and the whispers that curled like smoke in the dark. But in this place where paths twisted and danced, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone. Whatever secrets lay ahead beckoned, filling her with both dread and wonder as she inched further into the enchanting depths of the whispering woods. Callista stepped into the clearing, her breath hitching as she beheld the serene moonlit glade, an oasis of tranquility amid the restless shadows of the forest. The soft glow of the moon cast ethereal light upon the landscape, illuminating the emerald foliage like a canvas, stretching to meet the velvet sky. It was both beautiful and unnerving, as if the very heart of the forest held its breath, waiting for her next move.
As she stood awash in silvery light, the air shimmered with an otherworldly vibrancy, and her heart began to settle in its frantic pace.
A familiar enchantment coursed through her, an echo of stories long forgotten, stirring something deep within her soul. But it was in the center of this glowing glade that she first noticed him, Adonis Everheart, his presence cutting through the mist like a beacon. With dark brown hair framing his face and piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold galaxies within their depths, he exuded an aura of ethereal beauty. Every movement was deliberate, graceful, as though he existed in a realm apart from her own. Callista's gaze fell upon him, a sense of awe washing over her, momentarily replacing the worry that had propelled her into these woods. He stood poised at the edge, bathed in soft luminescence, and for a heartbeat the world faded around them, isolating them in a moment that felt impossibly significant. Then he spoke, his voice resonant, echoing against the night air like a soft warning bell.
"Leave now before the forest traps you."
His words hung in the space between them, weighted with meaning, as the mist curled at his feet, almost eager to swallow him whole. Callista stood frozen, the warning reverberating in her mind, while the essence of the forest seemed to shift, almost swaying in response to his command. It was as if the trees themselves listened, holding their breath in anticipation. His blue eyes bore into hers, and though his tone was calm and formal, she sensed an undercurrent of urgency, a desperate plea cloaked in a royal veneer. The majesty of his presence grounded her, but the warning filled her with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity.
"Why would I leave?" she found herself asking, her voice a thread of resolve laced with the remnants of fear. "Time does not follow the same course here," he replied, a flicker of emotion crossing his features as he assessed her. "The woods have their own rules, and they do not hesitate to claim those who linger too long."
Callista felt a shiver run down her spine, uncertainty clashing with her inherent defiance. She wanted to stay and unravel the mystery behind his gaze, but the echo of his warning ricocheted in her thoughts. For the first time since her escape, doubt crept in, whispering that perhaps the forest wasn't as inviting as it seemed. Yet as she took a step closer, intent on defying his warning, the mist shifted and swirled, wrapping around him like an embrace. Her heart sank as she realized he was retreating, his form dissolving into the fog that whispered secrets she was not yet ready to learn.
"Wait," she called out, but her voice was swallowed by the soft rustling of leaves and the cool air that settled in his absence.
Callista stood alone, the clearing starkly empty now, yet she could still feel the residual warmth of his presence lingering like an untold story hanging just out of reach. Her hands tightened at her sides as a storm of emotions swirled within her, confusion, disappointment, and a fierce determination ignited by their fleeting encounter. The mysteries of the woods called out, but now a shadow of apprehension wove through her curiosity. What had she stumbled into? As the moon continued its descent, casting an enchanting glow across the glade, Callista took a deep breath, letting the magic of the forest envelop her once more. She could not simply leave, not now, not after feeling the pulse of the woods and the captivating pull of the mysterious figure she had just met. Whatever the fate awaited her within the depths of the whispering woods, she would face it head-on. Adonis's warning echoed in her mind, but a spark of defiance glinted in her heart. She would not be trapped, she would seek her own path. With renewed resolve, Callista steeled herself against the unsettling echoes of the forest, and took a step deeper into its embrace, knowing that every secret had a cost, and she was ready to uncover them all. Chapter 4: Lost in Time. Callista Rain pressed forward through the thick embrace of the forest, her slender form stumbling over tangled roots and soft dew-laden moss that cushioned her steps, yet also threatened to ensnare her. Ghostly images flickered in and out of existence between the shafts of silver moonlight, as if the very air had woven moments of her past into the present. Laughter, both joyous and melancholic, drifted on the cool night breeze, pulling at the corners of her mind while she fought against disorientation, gripping the gnarled trunk of a tree as its surface shimmered under her touch. The forest felt alive, pulsing with memories that danced just beyond her reach. Every step forward twisted her path, branches wrapping around her like unseen hands. Callista's striking green eyes scanned her surroundings, wide with disbelief. She half expected the shadows to speak, to reveal secrets hidden in the silence. Her heart raced in rhythm with the distant hum of a forgotten melody, which ebbed and flowed like the tide of her thoughts. Where was she? She felt both grounded and adrift, a paradox in a world woven of dreams and shadows. Pushing onward, she stumbled over a particularly knotted root that seemed to shift beneath her feet, as if it were alive. She let out a small gasp, her pulse quickening. The air turned thicker around her. She felt the weight of anticipation as she struggled to steady herself against the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree, its bark cool and rough against her palm. The spectral memories twisted within the dim light, like moths to a flame, sending her mind spiraling into echoes of the past. In fleeting glimpses, she caught sight of figures in the mist, a woman with auburn hair laughing beside a sunlit brook, a boy her age racing through the leaves with abandon, and another young girl, her eyes bright with mischief. Each one a moment stripped from the tapestry of her life. Callista felt the air shiver as nostalgia clawed at her heart. The past was alive, and here she was not alone. A sense of yearning bloomed within her. How desperately she missed those moments, their warmth interlacing with the cool night. Her breathing became uneven as she continued deeper into the forest. With each spectral scene that played out, more fragments of laughter flooded her senses, intertwining with the rustling leaves. She pressed a hand to her chest, desperate to quell the rising tide of emotions. Did these memories belong to her? Or were they mere reflections of her longing?
As she made her way further, Callista felt the scenery shift around her, bending in ways that made her dizzy.
Time wavered here, a wraith on the edge of her consciousness. She stumbled again, almost falling to the ground, the cold kiss of dew-laden moss surprising her senses. The tranquility of her father's lessons melded with the cruel reminder of their final moments together. Each echo that surrounded her grew louder, more demanding, almost cruel in its insistence that she acknowledge the life she had once known and lost. There it was again, a fleeting image, soft and flickering. She saw her father's kind smile, the twinkle of mirth in his green eyes as he recited a story beneath the spreading branches of their garden tree, his voice weaving words as vibrant as the petals around them. The memory struck her, solid and painful, bringing tears to her eyes. She blinked them away, willing herself to focus, to press on. Yet each memory unraveled a thread in her heart, pulling taut the fabric of her own existence.
It was not just nostalgia, she realized.
The forest echoed her very essence. It was alive with her history, reverberating with the laughter that had once brought light into her home.
Was she walking through her past, the woods having claimed her as its own?
Then she came upon a clearing, a small respite amidst the clinging shadows. It felt perilous, yet strangely suspended in time, a pocket carved out from the ceaseless flow of the forest. Callista hesitated, heart pounding, and steadied herself against the rough-hewn bark of a nearby tree, feeling its heartbeat sync with her own. In the center of the clearing stood the gnarled remnants of an ancient tree, its twisted limbs reaching toward the moon like pleading hands. Here memories coalesced, and the whispers of the forest intensified. She closed her eyes, steadying her breathing, searching for clarity amidst the tempest of emotion. This place felt important, almost sacred, yet the atmosphere carried a weight of foreboding as well. Glimpses of her father's unwavering support, the strength in his voice, returned to her mind, and tears blurred her vision.
What would he say if he were here now?
Would he be proud of her resilience, or would he worry for her state of mind, trapped within an enchanted forest that held her memories hostage? She gripped the trunk tighter, its rough texture grounding her, and opened her eyes to the living world around her. As the whispers faded into the cool night air, Callista took a steadying breath, her resolve hardening. She could not let herself become lost in the web of past moments, forever. She would move forward, navigate this strange dreamscape, and reclaim her strength. With a deep breath, she stepped back from the tree, feeling its familiar embrace slip away. Callista tightened her jaw and squared her shoulders. There was no other choice but to push through, deeper into the twisting pathways of the forest, where uncertainty awaited her, but also the promise of understanding. She had to seek the truth that lay just beyond the shadows, where the echoes of the past and the threads of her present collided, forming a path uniquely her own. As the mist thickened around her, Callista caught sight of a figure materializing from the swirling shadows, an otherworldly presence, almost ethereal, with dark brown hair cascading over his forehead, catching the dappled moonlight. He moved with a grace that seemed detached from the very ground beneath him, the air shifting subtly as if acknowledging his arrival. Callista felt an inexplicable pull toward him, her heart fluttering with both intrigue and apprehension, as the weight of the forest danced around them both. The newcomer emerged slowly, as if respecting the very essence of the magic that enveloped them. He stepped lightly, piercing blue eyes shimmering like stars trapped in his gaze. With an almost regal demeanor, he regarded her with an intensity that stirred her curiosity. As he drew closer, the air seemed to hum with energy, sparking against her skin. "Fear not," he spoke, his voice a soft formal melody that carried the weight of time.
"This forest exists in a pocket between worlds."
His words wove through the air like the gentle rippling of water, each phrase threaded with ancient wisdom. Callista felt both comforted and unsettled by his presence. Something about him, his manner, his speech, echoed a time long forgotten, one that stirred her desire to listen. "I am Adonis Everheart, a shadow of what once was, now bound to this realm." Callista swallowed, her apprehension intertwining with intrigue.
You're not a part of this world?"
She struggled to wrap her mind around the strange truth swirling about them.
"It is a rather complex existence," he replied, eyes piercing through the mist.
"I once belonged to a world of time and duties, only to be ensnared by a merciless sorceress, a twist of fate that keeps me confined to this forest, where time flows differently." He paused, sorrow trailing behind his words as if the very memory weighed heavily on him. A pang of understanding blossomed within her, a flicker of kinship. "A sorceress," she whispered, her heart racing as his story resonated with the shadows of her own life. Adonis nodded, his posture elegant yet weary, as if his noble roots had faded like a dream. "My life was once filled with obligation, a careful dance of politics and honor. But I was drawn into the depths of a dark enchantment, lured by promises that revealed themselves to be fleeting. Now I wander, a guardian of sorts, witnessing the folly of others, while yearning for a release that may never come." Callista listened intently, every word weaving itself into her own tangled experiences.
"What happens to you here?" she asked softly, compelled by the sorrow that echoed within him.
"I am a watcher in this enchanted prison," he explained, an edge of bitterness in his tone. "Every moment I remain here extends the curse upon my spirit. The sorcerous magic has twisted time, binding me to these woods. I observe the lives of those who wander through, feel their joys and sorrows, yet remain untouched, a whisper of the past."
Her heart thudded in her chest.
The strands of their destinies felt woven together by fate, two souls lost within their own histories, suspended in a place where moments slipped by unnoticed.
"But surely there must be a way to break it," she urged, her spirit rallying against the despair. "You must have hope."
Adonis met her gaze, and for a brief moment his expression softened, revealing the depths of a passion that fought against his isolation.
"Hope is a fragile thing, but you are right to believe it still exists."
"In time perhaps I might find it. Until then I must navigate the shadows of my existence, bearing witness to the passage of life I can never fully partake in." She felt a warmth grow in her chest, a flame igniting in the darkness of both their hearts.
"Then you'll teach me," she said, the conviction burning brightly within her. "We'll find a way together."
A gentle smile graced his lips, as if she had momentarily rekindled something dormant within him. "Perhaps, dear Callista, together we might find a light amidst the shadows." As they exchanged glances, the forest around them pulsed with life, and the shifting paths whispered promises yet to be uncovered. The weight of their struggles intertwined like the gnarled branches overhead, binding them not only through sorrow, but with a shared resolve to face the uncertainties of the enchanted forest and their tangled pasts. Yet the moment held a tension, an understanding that the forest itself was still watching, its mysteries lurking just out of reach. Adonis stepped back slightly, allowing a beat to linger between them, the air thick with unspoken truths. The gravity of their conversation rippled through the clearing like a tide. "Tell me of your burdens," he requested softly, his tone now laced with curiosity, as if probing the depths of her heart, while the forest listened closely. Callista hesitated, caught in the essence of their connection, contemplating the words that trembled on the tip of her tongue.
"Every path I take seems tangled with my past," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Since my father's death, life has become a series of challenges, a battle with my own home, a struggle to reclaim what once felt so simple." His expression shifted with understanding, that bittersweet recognition flickering within his eyes as she spoke her truth. In that moment they bridged the gaps between worlds, between stories that echoed through the ages, both grasping at something just beyond their reach. As the moon hung high above, illuminating the forest in gentle silver light, their exchange pulsed with potential, and Callista felt a renewed sense of purpose swell within her heart. She wasn't merely navigating a path anymore, she was charting a course, intertwined with a spirit who understood the depths of longing. They would face whatever lay ahead together, gathering fragments of hope from the shifting shadows that bound them to the enchanting world surrounding them. In the profound silence that followed, they prepared to venture further into the depths of the enchanted forest, where the unknown awaited, pregnant with possibilities. Chapter 5: The Forest's Heart. The forest embraced them like an old friend, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers. As Callista and Adonis treaded the narrow, winding path, a soft glow danced around their feet, coaxing the hidden trails of the enchanted woods to reveal themselves with every step. It was a place where magic thrummed beneath the surface, palpable and alive, and Callista felt her heart race with the thrill of discovery, an exhilarating mix of fear and fascination. The leaves above whispered secrets, swaying gently as if sharing in their wonder. Each stride sent ripples through the vibrant greenery that framed their passage, causing small creatures to stir momentarily before sinking back into the safety of shadows. Callista's striking green eyes flitted from the luminescent fungi clinging to gnarled tree trunks, to the delicate patterns of the swirling leaves around them, each detail a vibrant reminder of the world's hidden wonders. The path ahead twisted and turned, a snake of light guiding them deeper into the forest's embrace.
"We are not alone here," Adonis murmured, his voice a gentle caress amidst the rustle of leaves.
His piercing blue eyes scanned the surroundings with a serene focus, drawing Callista's gaze to his thoughtful expression. "Our energies reveal the way forward." His words hung in the air, weighted with meaning, as if the very essence of their being danced to a rhythm only they could hear. Callista's pulse quickened, not just from the words but from the way the ground beneath their feet trembled subtly, responding to the presence of their joined spirits. There was something inherently profound about this moment, a cosmic connection that bridged the gap between past struggles and future hopes. As they navigated the uneven terrain, Callista's heart pounded not just from the thrill of the journey, but also from the almost electric tension that sparked between them. Their hands, nearly brushing against one another in their attempts to steady themselves, ignited a warmth that radiated through her. She hesitated only a heartbeat before daring to reach out, her delicate fingers gliding along his arm for support. The contact, though brief, sent a thrill down her spine, grounding her while simultaneously lifting her spirits. "Look," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, wonder coloring her tone as a series of bright motes flared to life in the space between them. Each tiny light flickered with a consciousness of its own, casting soft shadows that danced playfully on the trail.
"What do you think they are?"
Adonis turned to face her, a soft smile curling the edges of his lips. "Nature's sparkles, I suppose, guides for lost souls and adventurers alike." His gaze softened as it lingered on her face, and in that fleeting moment, Callista felt as if the very air between them shimmered with promise. They ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees towering above them like guardians, their bark illuminated in a faint silver glow that lent an otherworldly quality to the surroundings. Callista glanced around, wide-eyed, as luminescent insects flitted through the cool night air, leaving trails of light in their wake that blurred the lines of reality and dream. She couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself was alive, watching and reacting to their every movement with curiosity and intrigue. With every step, she felt more emboldened, determined to explore the depths of this magical realm alongside Adonis. He was steady, a quiet strength that reassured her when uncertainty threatened to rise. Together, they formed an unbreakable duo, their unspoken bond amplifying the magic of the woods around them. As they walked, Adonis began to weave tales of the forest's secrets, words flowing like music.
"This land is home to many dwellers," he explained, his voice tinged with an ancient cadence, each with their own stories bound by time, a legacy of betrayal and lost love.
The shadows hold their sighs, and yet, there is hope among the despair. A shiver coursed through Callista at the mention of lost love, the weight of history palpable in his voice. She glanced at him, absorbing his words, her mind racing with images of what lay beneath the surface of their enchanting surroundings. The shadows seemed to lengthen, wrapping around them like tendrils of darkness creeping just out of reach, lending an uneasy pulse to the wondrous atmosphere. Adonis noticed her shifting posture, his gaze locking with hers.
"Fear not, Callista.
The forest may hold secrets, but it also cradles the possibility for redemption." There was sincerity in his eyes, an urging warmth that made her feel seen and understood. They paused at a fork in the path, where moonlight bathed the clearing in ethereal radiance.
The trees leaned in as if straining to overhear the tension between them, the rustle of leaves lending a rhythm to the silence that hung heavy in the air.
Callista glanced at the dark passage to her left, and the glowing pathway to her right, heart racing at the crossroads before them.
The choice lay heavy, charged with mystery and foreboding.
It felt as if the forest itself held its breath, urging them forward, and in that moment, all they had experienced, all that lingered within the magical realm, crystallized into anticipation.
"Where do we go from here?" she asked, feeling the weight of possibilities wrapping around her.
Adonis met her gaze, his expression a blend of determination and vulnerability. "Forward, wherever the heart leads us.
The path we choose is the one we make ours."
With a silent understanding, they took a collective breath, hands brushing yet again, and stepped into the unknown. The forest thrummed around them, a living tapestry of whispered secrets and newfound bonds, beckoning them deeper into its enchanted embrace. Continuing along the newly revealed route, Callista and Adonis slowed their pace beneath towering, ancient trees, whose bark glowed faintly in the moonlit mist. The atmosphere felt charged, as if every whisper of the wind held secrets yearning to be unveiled, and luminescent insects flitted around them, each glimmering like the sparks of their burgeoning bond. In that moment, the magic of the forest surrounded them, shimmering and surreal, offering glimpses into what lay ahead, and the intertwined destinies awaiting discovery. Callista marveled at the sight, feeling like a dreamer lost in a vibrant tapestry of reality and imagination. The way the night shifted around them, wrapped in ethereal light, brought a sense of belonging and safety, that contrasted sharply with the stories she had heard of the forest's dark past.
"Many fear the forest," Adonis said, his voice smooth yet imbued with the weight of caution. "It is said that the air is thick with regret, a legacy left by its inhabitants long ago."
As he spoke, the cadence of his voice shaped the world around them, each syllable thick with the history of this enchanting place. Callista listened, captivated, as he painted vivid images of specters that roamed the shadows, each one bound to their sorrowful tales, souls once vibrant, now mere whispers lost among the trees.
Their pain became the curse that enfolds the forest. Betrayal, etched into the very roots of the earth.
A shiver ran down Callista's spine at the weight of his words. She instinctively stepped closer to him, seeking warmth and reassurance as the shadows flickered ominously, dancing at the corners of her vision.
How can they ever be freed?" she asked, the tremor in her voice betraying her fear and her growing concern.
Adonis glanced at her, those piercing blue eyes glowing softly.
"Redemption comes when one chooses to confront their past.
It is in the heart of each inhabitant, a mixture of bitterness and longing that clouds their existence." He paused, as if searching for the right words to share.
"But sometimes understanding can lead to forgiveness, both from oneself and those they've wronged."
She considered this, her thoughts weaving a tapestry of reflection. The pain of loss had shaped her own life. The ghost of her father's absence remained a painful reminder of love now marred.
"It sounds like hope."
A flicker in the darkness. "Indeed," Adonis replied, his tone more intense as the edges of the forest seemed to hum with his resolve.
"It requires bravery to face the shadows, to turn the eyes inward and confront our deepest fears."
The moon continued its silent vigil, bathing them in its cool light, and Callista could feel her courage strengthen. If others could face their own demons, then surely she could too. After all, she had already weathered storms that tried to pull her under. Just then they reached a fork in the path, the air thick with tension as if the forest held its breath. To the left the path was dark and foreboding, steeped in shadows that seemed to pulse with intent. To the right, a radiant glow beckoned, inviting them deeper into the heart of the forest.
"What do you think, Adonis?" she asked, a swirl of uncertainty battling with her desire for adventure.
His gaze shifted between the two paths, and she could sense his deep contemplation. Both paths hold their own trials, yet also opportunities for discovery, he mused, folding his arms as he studied the mystical patterns entwined in the tree branches above.
"It is the unknown that often holds the greatest gifts."
Callista felt the weight of the decision bearing down on them, a palpable sensation that quickened her heart.
"The right path shines bright," she stated, voice firm but cautious, "yet the darkness may harbor the truth."
"Indeed." Adonis smiled gently, as if savoring the moment.
"A choice will yield its own revelations."
Let us not forget that together, we stand a better chance of braving whatever fate lies ahead. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, sending an array of leaves tumbling around them, swirling with life and intention. Callista's breath caught in her throat as the movement coalesced into a shimmering figure, an apparition of the forest itself. It hovered just at the edge of the path, draped in gossamer light and shadow, a guardian spirit urging them forward. "Do not linger, brave souls," it murmured, its voice a soft melody mingling with the whispering leaves.
"The forest knows your heart.
Choose wisely, for your destinies intertwine with those who came before." With renewed determination, Callista turned to Adonis, her resolve mirroring his.
"Let us embrace the challenge," she said, a smile tugging at her lips, buoyed by the spirit's presence.
Adonis nodded, his expression affirming the bond they had forged.
Forward then, into the unknown.
As they stepped forward together, the luminescent lights flared around them in celebration, the forest thrumming with anticipation. each heartbeat synchronized with the rustle of the leaves, urging them onward into the depths of adventure, and the promises of what lay beyond awaited their exploration. Chapter 6: Echoes of the Past. In the heart of the enchanted forest, a secluded nook revealed itself, framed by interlacing branches that seemed to dance in rhythm with the flickering fireflies. Their delicate glow shimmered softly against the backdrop of towering trees, casting ethereal patterns upon the ground. Here, amid nature's embrace, Callista and Adonis worked together, arranging fallen logs into a makeshift resting area, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the evening breeze. Callista, with her long wavy auburn hair cascading down her shoulders, felt a soft breeze kiss her fair complexion. She caught Adonis's eye, and they exchanged a smile that spoke volumes, filled with unspoken understanding.
"You'd think logs would be easier to handle," she teased, trying to lift one that was slightly larger than expected.
Adonis chuckled, his piercing blue eyes sparkling in the gentle light.
"Ah, but logs have a way of defying our intentions, much like the paths in this forest," he replied, his tone teasing yet thoughtful.
There was an otherworldly elegance in his movements, as he effortlessly repositioned a couple of lighter logs to create a more inviting space. As the last log settled, they both sank onto their makeshift seating, letting out sighs of relief. Callista glanced around at the dappled luminescence. The fireflies danced like tiny lanterns against the gathering dusk, illuminating the alcove with a magical ambience. This place felt safe, as if the forest itself had wrapped them in a warm embrace. Just then, the soft rustle of leaves reached their ears.
They turned to see a figure emerge, stepping lightly from the shadows.
Ariadne Willow appeared, her long curly blonde hair catching the light, creating an illusion that it flowed like water. Her hazel eyes shifted with warmth and kindness, like autumn leaves touched by the sun. "I too was once lost here," Ariadne said, her melodious voice wrapping around them like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine.
"Trapped by the same ever-changing paths."
She approached, her presence immediately adding a calming energy to the alcove. Callista leaned forward, a spark of curiosity ignited in her heart. Adonis followed suit, his expression shifting to one of cautious interest. Ariadne settled gracefully beside them, her flowing dress made from woven moonlight casting subtle patterns on the forest floor. There was an undeniable wisdom in her gaze, an unspoken understanding of the forest's intricacies and its many secrets. As the quiet night enveloped them, Ariadne began to share her story, detailing her own entrapment within the forest's depths.
"The paths shift like a gentle whisper, always changing, always leading you away from where you believe you should go," she explained, her eyes reflecting a bittersweet nostalgia.
Callista listened intently, gripping her well-worn locket tightly in her fingers. The cool metal brought a measure of comfort, grounding her amidst the ethereal tales unfolding around her. Images of her father flashed through her mind, his warm voice, his gentle guidance.
"Was it hard?" she ventured softly, her voice barely above a whisper.
Ariadne nodded, her expression shifting, revealing a deeper layer of her past.
"It was a challenge, yes," she replied, her words carefully chosen, wrapping around them like a comforting quilt. "But it also taught me the beauty of survival."
The forest has its own heart, its own breath, and it can teach you to listen, if you have the courage to let it in. Adonis leaned forward, the concern etched on his face momentarily softening.
"What kept you going?" he asked, genuine curiosity lacing his voice.
The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their shared solitude. Ariadne's gaze drifted toward the shifting shadows, her mind appearing to wander down winding paths of memory.
"Hope," she finally whispered. "Hope was my companion, my guiding star."
Her words resonated, knitting a bond of understanding between the three of them, as the forest hummed softly around them. Even in the darkest hours, the forest offered glimpses of magic, memories woven within its trees and whispers carried on the winds. The soothing cadence of Ariadne's narrative enveloped Callista, illuminating her heart. With every word, the space between them shrank, knitting them closer, forging connections as solid as the logs beneath them. Yet beneath the enchanting layers of Ariadne's tale, Callista sensed a hint of sadness, the weight of lost years threading its way through her voice. As the tale unfolded, Callista's fingers traced the locket around her neck, each heartbeat resonating with the memory of her father. Adonis's concern grew palpable, and she could see him weighing each revelation with the depth of his own history. A moment of silence followed, enveloped in the gentle hum of the night, before Callista spoke again, her voice a tender thread woven into the fabric of Ariadne's words.
"Then perhaps there is hope for all of us," she offered, her voice steady.
"A way to find our paths amid the confusion, as long as we trust in the light around us." Adonis's gaze met hers, and in that fleeting glance, an unspoken understanding passed between them. There was something precious in the shared experience of uncertainty and strength, a bridge forming between their separate histories and futures. Ariadne smiled, a soft curve of her lips, and in that moment, Callista felt a sense of belonging blossoming within her, a reminder that in the embrace of the forest, they were not alone. The intricate dance of shadows and lights around them became a backdrop for this fragile bond that thrived amid their trials.
And so they continued to listen, enchanted, as Ariadne's tale wove its way through the air, each word a gentle heartbeat echoing through the woods.
As the night deepened, Callista nestled within the alcove, the gentle sounds of the forest embracing her in a tender lullaby. The rustling leaves whispered secrets, weaving a soft cocoon around her as she drifted into a world of dreams. Her eyelids grew heavy, a comforting drowsiness settling in, drawing her deeper into a realm where possibilities danced like starlight. In the warmth of her slumber, the forest faded away, replaced by a vast expanse of twinkling stars that blanketed the sky. Callista found herself standing in a radiant clearing, a place unlike any she had ever known, where moonlight washed over her and shadows swirled in quiet reverie. The air was thick with magic, humming with an energy that pulsed like her heart, a soft invitation to explore the beauty surrounding her. Every element in this dreamscape was infused with a dreamlike clarity, the outlines of trees shimmering gently against the luminescent glow. Flowers sparkled like distant constellations, and a soft breeze caressed her face, carrying the scent of lavender and old books, whispers of stories long forgotten.
As she took a cautious step forward, an indescribable feeling of hope fluttered in her chest, pushing her to embrace this mystical realm.
And then she saw him, her father Selim, standing gracefully beneath the towering branches, bathed in the silvery light that painted him in soft shadows. He was timeless, a beacon of warmth and love that drew her like a moth to a flame. In this surreal vision he looked as she remembered, yet more ethereal, his presence illuminated by a gentle glow that felt like a comforting embrace.
"Follow your heart, my child," he called out, his voice rich and soothing, a melody that wrapped around her like an affectionate hug.
Callista's heart surged with emotion, and she took a step closer, feeling the warmth of his gaze envelop her.
"You hold within you the power to shape your own destiny."
He extended a hand, offering her a glowing silver locket that pulsed with energy. Callista's breath caught in her throat as she recognized it, the same locket she clutched in her waking moments.
It shimmered with memories, a tangible connection to everything her father represented. "This is more than a mere trinket," he continued, his expression earnest and filled with wisdom. "It carries the weight of our past and the hopes for your future."
Tears of yearning brimmed in Callista's eyes as she reached for the locket, feeling an overwhelming connection to the moments they had shared.
"Father," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I've missed you so much. I wish I understood why you had to leave."
Her heart ached, the bittersweet pain of loss mingling with the comfort of his presence. Selim's smile remained soft and reassuring, his eyes reflecting the cosmos of dreams and memories they had built together. "My dear Callista, life has many mysteries, and the forest holds some of our family's oldest tales," he said, his voice imbued with the weight of their shared lineage.
"The locket is your guide, a reminder to trust in yourself.
The answers you seek lie within your heart, you must be brave enough to uncover them." Around them, the landscape shimmered with indistinct, flickering images, whispered tales and lost memories, woven into the very fabric of the dream. Each moment felt alive, pulsating with an urgency that made the air shimmer with possibility. The wind rustled through ancient trees, carrying echoes of laughter and stories that bound their family together. As she stood there stretching out her hand toward his, Callista felt a surge of determination rising within her. The flickering light of the locket pulsed gently in time with her heartbeat, a tangible symbol of her connection to Selim, and the legacy she was determined to understand.
"I will find the truth," she vowed softly, her voice steadying.
"I will honor your memory by uncovering our family's bond with this forest." Her father's expression shifted, a glimmer of pride sparkling in his warm gaze.
"You are more than capable, my child," he reassured, his presence enveloping her like a cherished memory.
"Believe in yourself, for I believe in you." And then, as the dream began to dissolve, a wave of sadness washed over her, pulling her back from the radiant clearing. Callista felt the last tendrils of magic slipping away like grains of sand through her fingers, yet an unmistakable sense of purpose anchored her as she stood amidst the fading light. Callista jolted awake, gasping for breath, the alcove slowly coming into focus around her. The soft luminescence of the fireflies cast familiar patterns on the ground, and the gentle rustling of the forest reassured her she was not alone. The locket still rested against her chest, warm against her skin, its pulse matching the beat of her heart, a reminder of her father's wisdom and the promise of her quest. Her resolve had solidified. Callista knew now that she would uncover the mysteries of her family, and the forest that held so much enchantment. A sense of hope ignited within her, filling her with the courage to step into the unknown. She could almost hear her father's voice guiding her, "Follow your heart, my child." With newfound determination, she rose from her resting place, ready to face whatever lay ahead in the enchanted forest, her spirit alight with the fire of purpose. Chapter 7: The Broker's Deal. The secluded clearing was a world unto itself, draped in the gentle embrace of ancient trees, whose knotted branches whispered secrets to the cool forest air. Sunlight danced through the leaves in playful patterns, illuminating patches of gleaming moss and the gnarled roots that curled like forgotten dreams into the earth. It was a place suspended in time, where magic lingered in every shadow, awaiting the arrival of those who dared to tread its soil. Callista Rain stepped forward, her slender form illuminated by beams of light filtering through the dense canopy above. The soft rustle of leaves was like music, punctuated by the distant sound of a trickling stream. Despite the beauty surrounding her, a flutter of apprehension lodged itself in her chest. Her fingers trembled slightly around the worn satchel she clutched, a silent reminder of the burdens she carried. Beside her, Adonis Everheart moved with an elegance that belied the tension in his shoulders. His dark brown hair framed his piercing blue eyes, which were downcast, as though the very weight of his thoughts pressed against his brow.
"Do you think he'll actually help us?"
Callista's voice was a soft thread, woven into the tapestry of nature's sounds, laced with uncertainty as they approached the low stone wall covered in ivy.
He must have some knowledge of the forest, Adonis replied, his tone calm yet carrying an edge of hesitation.
His gaze flickered to the shadows, as if searching for answers among the shifting patterns of light. As they crossed into the clearing, the sight of Cassius Blackthorn halted their movements. He stood tall and imposing, with sharp features and hair that seemed to absorb the dappled light around him. A perpetual half-smile danced at the corners of his mouth, never quite reaching his keen eyes, which shifted color like autumn leaves. The low stone wall served as both a perch and a barrier, framing the enigmatic figure, as he regarded them with an air of amused patience.
"Ah, look who decided to join me in this delightful garden of shadows," Cassius greeted, his voice smooth and laced with sarcasm.
The sound rippled through the air, mingling with the scent of earth and leaves.
"A lady and a prince, as fate would have it. How splendidly poetic."
Callista met his gaze with a measured look, her chin lifted slightly in defiance against the barbs woven into his words.
"We've come to seek your guidance," she said, her voice steady, though her heart raced beneath the surface.
Adonis stood beside her, his posture radiating quiet strength, though the tension in his body hinted at the undercurrent of uncertainty that plagued them both.
"Guidance.
Oh, how very thrilling," Cassius replied, tilting his head slightly as he regarded them both, the smile never leaving his lips.
"But I fear my secrets are not dispensed freely."
"There is a price to pay, as is customary in matters of the forest." The words hung heavy in the air, weaving themselves into the soft murmur of the clearing. Callista's fingers clenched tighter around the strap of her satchel, a fleeting sense of dread mingling with her hope. Adonis shifted his gaze towards Cassius, his expression hardening slightly.
"What is the cost?" he inquired, his voice low and steady, but with a distinct note of apprehension.
Cassius stepped forward, the ivy-covered wall casting delicate shadows across his face. "To break the curse that binds this forest, you must first find its heart," he began, his tone cool and precise.
"But to uncover the truth, each of you must sacrifice one cherished memory.
One that connects you to your past, your loved ones, one that you hold dear."
At his words, a silence enveloped the trio.
Callista's eyes widened, a wave of emotion crashing over her, as the memory of her father flickered like a distant star. She swallowed hard, a lump forming in her throat, while her heart raced in the charged atmosphere. Adonis turned his gaze to the ground, his expression darkening as the weight of the demand settled over him like a shroud.
"You speak of memories, the very essence of who we are.
Is this truly necessary?" he asked, his voice strained, revealing the vulnerability beneath his composed exterior.
"Yes," Cassius replied, the sharpness in his tone cutting through the tension like a knife.
"Your price is steep, one memory for each of you, the memory that binds you to your past love, and the memory that claims your princely origins." The clearing buzzed with the unspoken tension, the forest alive around them, yet eerily silent in the face of their impending decisions. Callista could feel her heart pounding in her chest, each beat a reminder of the stakes they were about to gamble. Her breath quickened, and for a fleeting moment, she longed to pull away from the responsibility pressing down upon her.
I understand," she stuttered, her voice a fragile whisper as the gravity of Cassius's words sank in. "So it must be then," Adonis affirmed, his gaze finally meeting Cassius's steady one.
The determination etched on his face revealed a deep well of resolve, even in the face of the unknown. As the trio stood in the shifting light of dusk, their surroundings seemed to pulse with energy, drawing them toward an irreversible decision. Callista felt the weight of her memories coiling tightly within her, each cherished moment now tinged with uncertainty, as they teetered on the precipice of irrevocable change, ready to redefine their paths in the enchanted forest. The air crackled with a potent mix of tension and unspoken fears, as Callista and Adonis stood before Cassius, their futures hanging precariously in the balance. Each word lingered like a fragile note in the forest symphony, echoing through the quiet expanse of the clearing. What once felt like a mere quest for guidance had transformed into a treacherous journey through the shadows of their pasts, and neither could ignore the ache of what they might have to leave behind. Callista's heart raced as the weight of Cassius's demand settled like an anchor in her chest. The memories he spoke of were not mere images but intricate threads that wove her identity, binding her to her late father and the warmth of their shared moments. As she stood there, her fingers curled tightly around her satchel, she could feel the pulse of the forest amplifying the anxiety coursing through her. Adonis, ever poised yet vulnerable, shifted beside her. She caught a glimpse of the myriad emotions flickering in his blue eyes, the storm of determination, battling against the undertow of apprehension.
"How can you ask us to give up a part of ourselves?" he questioned, his voice steady but with a quiver that betrayed his uncertainty.
Cassius met their gazes, the shadows of the clearing playing tricks on his features, deepening the intensity of his stare.
"The forest's heart is bound by such sacrifices.
Only through loss may you truly understand the value of what lies ahead." His voice was cool, laced with a casual ease that contrasted sharply with the heaviness of his words. "Do you truly wish to remain tethered to memories that weigh you down?
Or are you ready to embrace what lies beyond?"
The undercurrents of his manipulations hung palpably in the air, and Callista's pulse quickened as she swallowed the knot forming in her throat.
"What if," she hesitated, her thoughts whirling like autumn leaves in the wind. "What if the memories are the only thing we have left?
They are pieces of who we are."
"Ah, but are they pieces that provide you solace, or merely chains?"
Cassius countered smoothly, tilting his head in curiosity. His amusement was subtle, like a shadow dancing at the edges of the clearing, urging her to confront the depths of her emotions. As the gravity of his question settled, a flash of memory flared within Callista's mind, her father, his laughter brightening the dullest of days, and the way he had held her close, whispering dreams of adventure. The memory tugged at her heart, vividly alive in her imagination. She could almost hear the warmth of his voice echoing back to her.
"I remember," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "I remember the way he used to tell me stories, his words wrapping around me like a warm blanket on cold nights."
Adonis shifted beside her, and in the flicker of twilight she glimpsed the raw emotion on his face.
"What do you hold on to the most, Adonis?" she prompted softly, hoping to lighten the heavy burden resting on their shoulders, yet fearful of the revelation it might uncover.
With a sharp intake of breath, he regarded her with a blend of longing and trepidation.
"There is a moment I replay often.
A time of gathering beneath the stars, when my family still embraced me as one of their own, unaware of the darkness that would come." Callista's heart ached as she imagined the weight of such a memory, burdened with the knowledge that it was now tainted with loss and heartbreak. Adonis continued, the quiet strength in his voice betraying the vulnerability he sought to mask.
"It was when I learned what it meant to be a prince, and what it cost to wear that title."
They spoke of duty and honor, but at what expense? Cassius observed them, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he bore witness to their internal battles.
"And yet here you stand," he mused, a smile barely concealed behind the veneer of his calm demeanor. "Are you prepared to part with that which anchors you to the past, or shall you be held prisoner by the bittersweet weight of nostalgia?"
Callista felt the urge to retort, yet words failed her as the churning storm of thoughts engulfed her. She was about to step into a world where memories could define her existence. There would be loss, of that much she was certain.
The question was, could she brave it? "What if those memories hold the keys to our strength?" she replied, her voice stronger now, a ripple of determination woven into the fabric of her doubts. What if losing them leaves us vulnerable?
Adonis stood resolutely, drawing strength from her conviction.
Memories do shape us. But perhaps we must learn to cherish the lessons without clinging to the ghosts of our pasts, he said, a deep resolve seeping into his words.
Cassius leaned back, hands casually resting on the low stone wall, his demeanor one of mild amusement at their banter.
Ah, but my dear adventurers, consider the cost once more.
A single memory can illuminate the path, or it can tether you to the weight of what once was. The forest awaits your choice. The moment hung in the air, charged and vibrant, as Callista and Adonis exchanged glances, a silent agreement echoing between them. With heavy hearts they stood on the cusp of decision, recognizing that the sacrifices they faced were not mere abstractions, but poignant glimpses into their very souls.
I'm ready, Callista breathed, each word an anchor against the encroaching uncertainty. I'll give up the memory of the last time my father smiled at me.
Adonis clenched his fists, as if wrestling with the very essence of his royal lineage.
And I will sacrifice the memory of my home, of the last time I felt whole, he added, his tone resolute, albeit tinged with sorrow.
As Cassius's knowing smile widened, the weight of their declarations rippled through the clearing, carrying with it a sense of both finality and new beginnings. In that fragile moment, surrounded by the gentle rustle of leaves and the cooling twilight air, the trio stood united by sacrifice, each step now leading them closer to the forest's heart, where their destinies awaited with open arms. Chapter 8: Whispers of Betrayal. The forest loomed ahead, a twisted tapestry of roots and swirling mists, and as Callista Rain pressed forward, her heart raced with a blend of fear and determination. Each step they took felt heavy underfoot, as if the very ground was alive, shifting and uncertain, mirroring the doubts coiling in her mind. Beside her, Adonis Everhart walked with a purposeful elegance, his presence a stark contrast to the chaotic nature around them. They were bound by a shared mission, yet the shadows of their past loomed large, whispering doubts that threatened to consume their resolve. Callista glanced at Adonis, his dark brown hair tousled by a gentle breeze, his piercing blue eyes scanning the dim light that filtered through the thick canopy above. Though they journeyed together, an invisible weight pressed against them, compounded by the cryptic information provided by the clever merchant. Cassius's warnings echoed in her mind like a dark chant, reminding her that not all was as it seemed in the enchanted forest. She drew in a deep breath, her slender frame tense as she braced herself for whatever lay ahead. "Do you think we'll find her?" she asked, her voice barely rising above the rustling leaves, tinged with a vulnerable hope. "Perhaps," he replied, his tone calm, yet she could feel the uncertainty underlying his words. The shadows that twisted among the gnarled roots seemed to listen, swirling closer, as if they had a stake in their quest. As they traversed a narrow passage between towering trees, Callista's heart began to quicken, at a familiar silhouette emerging among the twisting foliage. There she stood, Lydia her stepmother, exuding a calculated elegance that mirrored the frostiness of her steel-grey eyes. Right behind her was Finnegan, his aristocratic features adorned with the same practiced smile that had never reached his eyes, an unsettling reminder of the power that had long dictated Callista's life. "Lydia," she murmured, fingers trembling as they gripped the edge of her cloak, the fabric soft yet heavy against her skin. For a heartbeat she faltered, instinctively taking a step back, her heart pounding as if it could break free from the cage of her ribs. How could she be here, in this enchanted realm that defied the very laws of reality? Adonis, sensing her moment of hesitation, turned towards her. His eyes held a mix of understanding and resolve.
"We must keep going," he said firmly, but his own expression betrayed the darkness creeping into his mind.
The image of a regal figure in ornate spectral armor hovered near the ancient oaks, and his jaw tightened in silent acknowledgement. It was the haunting visage of his past, a shadow from a life that had shaped him yet remained stubbornly elusive. As they pressed onward, the silence swelled, heavy with unspoken questions. Callista's chest tightened, each breath felt more laborious than the last. The forest stirred around them, branches intertwining like arms attempting to pull them into a deeper uncertainty. The reality of their mission seemed to shimmer and dance, just beyond reach. "Adonis, are you?" she began, but the words slipped from her as the spectral images intensified, swirling in the fog around them. A flicker of uncertainty passed between them, manifesting in their shared, unspoken glances.
"This place?"
Adonis whispered, scanning the spectral figures as they shifted among the trees.
"It is a reflection of our fears, our unresolved pasts."
His gaze lingered on the ghostly vision, the memories it conjured igniting a flicker of vulnerability beneath his calm facade. Callista's brow furrowed, frustration bubbling beneath the surface.
"But we can't let this illusion control us," she insisted, her voice laced with quiet determination. "I agree," he replied, his tone steady despite the growing chaos around them. "We must not lose sight of our purpose.
If we allow these apparitions to ensnare us, we risk losing everything we seek." She nodded, feeling the fierce resolve in her chest. The image of Lydia and Finnegan hovered at the edge of the clearing, blurred yet undeniably present, testing her will.
"They can't define who we are," she murmured. "They're remnants of what once was, not what we will become."
As if in response to their determination, the forest thickened, the shadows deepening and swirling like a tempest, transforming the clearing into a battleground of shifting realities. Adonis's stance grew more guarded, the tension radiating off him palpable, as the illusions danced around them. The atmosphere crackled with unsaid words and desires, urging them to confront the truths that lay hidden beneath layers of doubt.
"I see you,"
Callista shouted, her voice resonating through the dense air.
"Show yourselves if you dare."
The declaration echoed around them, almost defiant. The specters flickered momentarily, and in that brief instant the clearing held its breath, teetering between the known and the unknown. Adonis's gaze met Callista's, and within that shared glance they forged an unbreakable bond. Together they would face the shadows of their past, willing to brave the encroaching darkness that sought to claim them. As the illusions swirled, growing ever more intense around them, the very essence of the forest seemed to tighten, testing their resolve and commitment to one another. In that tangled moment, where memory and desire intertwined, they were not merely survivors of their circumstances, but warriors of their own fate. The clearing, once a tranquil oasis, now thrummed with unease as shadows wreathed and twisted like dark serpents. Callista felt her heartbeat quicken, the air thick with the pulse of lingering memories, and as she turned to Adonis, she saw the storm of emotion brewing in his eyes. Together, they stood at the precipice of confronting the phantoms of their past, a reckoning against the ghosts that had haunted them for far too long. Without warning, the figures of Lydia and Finnegan reappeared at the forest's edge, their forms an unsettling blend of blur and clarity. Callista's breath caught in her throat, her instinct to retreat battling against the need to stand her ground.
"Are you seeing them too?" she whispered, a tremor lacing her voice.
Adonis nodded somberly, his gaze fixed on the specters hovering just out of reach.
"This place feeds on our fears, our regrets. It's showing us what we dread most."
The words hung between them, heavy with significance, reflecting their intertwined destinies.
"They're just illusions," she said, her voice gaining strength despite the doubt gnawing at her insides.
"Echoes of a life I'm trying to escape."
Each word became a challenge, propelling her forward despite the terror creeping into her heart. "They want to draw us back," Adonis warned, his tone urgent. "To cloud our judgment.
We must remember who we are, not what they once defined us to be." She drew in a shaky breath, fighting against the temptation to flee.
"But what if they have a hold on us?
What if our past defines our future?" The fear bubbled within her, threatening to overtake her sense of agency. Adonis's eyes softened as they locked onto hers, a calm strength radiating from him.
"We create our own narratives.
No one else holds that power, Callista." The weight of his words settled in the space between them, imbuing her with a flicker of hope.
"We are not bound by the choices of others. The past is simply a chapter, not the entire story."
She felt the tight grip of despair begin to loosen, the atmosphere shifting as the apparitions started to swirl. The outlines of Lydia and Finnegan distorted into anguished faces, their eyes piercing into Callista's core, demanding her attention, testing her resolve.
"Do you remember, Callista?"
Lydia's voice echoed through the clearing, honeyed yet laced with a sinister edge.
"You were meant for greater things.
Why waste your time with someone like him?"
"Enough," she shouted, her voice booming through the thicket. "I'm not the little girl you molded for your ambitions anymore.
I'm choosing my own path." The energy surrounding her surged, and for a moment the figures flickered as if her words had struck a chord deep within their essence. Adonis stepped closer, the space between them charged with shared resolve. "We both carry scars," he said, the weight of his past hanging heavy on his shoulders.
"But we need not bear them as shackles. Let this forest reveal our strength, not our weakness."
Callista glanced up at him, feeling his unwavering support bolstering her spirit. In this moment of crisis, she realized they were more than mere reflections of their parents' expectations. They were forged from their experiences, shaped by resilience and the relentless quest for truth.
"You're right," she conceded, her voice firmer than before. "We can't allow their whispers to dictate who we are."
The apparitions twisted and shrieked in protest, the intensity around them rising like an electrical storm. The forest seemed to pulse with the memories they conjured, but Callista felt herself rooted, steadied by Adonis's presence at her side.
"Let us confront them together," Adonis said, his expression fierce yet tempered with compassion.
"We will face what haunts us. We will not cower before mere shadows." With a determined breath, Callista nodded, adrenaline surging through her veins. "Together," she affirmed, the weight of their pact solidifying in the electric air. As they stepped forward side by side, the spectral images intensified, their presence looming larger, intent on ensnaring them in the tapestry of past mistakes.
"You cannot escape your heritage."
Finnegan's voice thundered, his figure momentarily gaining clarity, yet all she felt was defiance swelling within her.
"Watch us," Callista countered, her voice steady and full of conviction.
"We will define who we are. No longer your marionettes." With that, they surged into the maelstrom of illusions, unyielding against the suffocating tide of fear. The very essence of the forest seemed to bend to their will, as they pushed against the swirling memories, forcing themselves into the heart of the chaos.
"Keep moving,"
Adonis urged, his voice cutting through the noise, and together they pressed forward. With every step, they left behind the remnants of what had once threatened to claim them, forging a new narrative woven from their collective strength. As they broke free from the swirling mists, their surroundings began to shift once more, the forest no longer merely a vessel of haunting memories, but a landscape transformed. Callista caught Adonis's gaze, and the bond between them flickered with warmth and hope. They had faced the ghosts of their past, not as victims but as warriors. In that fleeting moment, as they pressed onward, a new resolve blossomed within her heart, this forest would not define them. Instead, they would carve their paths, and in doing so create a future unbound by fear. Chapter 9: The Sorceress Revealed. The storm erupted with a fury that echoed through the ancient trees of the forest, as if nature itself had grown weary of patience. Callista Rain's heart raced, caught in the clash of thunder and blinding streaks of lightning that illuminated her path, if only for a fleeting moment. Her auburn hair, heavy with rain, plastered against her delicate features, while the wind howled, pulling at her soaked dress as if it sought to strip her of hope. The wind roared around her, a primal force that drowned out all other sounds. Each crash of thunder sent shockwaves through her chest, a reminder of the tempest's wrath. Callista darted through the twisting rain-soaked undergrowth, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest, usually a refuge, now felt like a maze intent on disorienting her, with branches and leaves whipping past in a furious blur. Her mind raced, thoughts colliding with her fear. Where was Adonis? Had the storm taken him too? As she pressed on, the world around her shimmered, a ghostly mirage through the downpour. The raindrops clung to her eyelashes, distorting her vision further, but she could not afford to falter. Callista felt the storm thrumming in her veins, urging her to keep moving despite the weight of despair wrapping around her heart. Every step felt like a battle. Her feet slipped on the slick, muddy earth as she struggled to maintain her balance. Lightning crashed nearby, illuminating the tangled mass of roots and branches, and she stumbled, arms flailing as she grappled to regain her footing. The forest seemed alive, the wind whistling through the leaves like a chorus of spirits mocking her plight. "Adonis!" she cried, her voice barely a whisper against the cacophony, lost amidst the chaos. Her trembling hands clenched the drenched fabric of her dress, feeling the coolness seep into her skin, grounding her in the here and now. She pushed forward, propelled by a mix of desperation and determination, yet the feeling of isolation pressed down heavily upon her shoulders. What if she never found him? The thought sent a jolt of panic racing through her, and she fought against it, urging herself to move faster. Suddenly, in a flicker of clarity amidst the tempest, she caught a glimpse of a narrow pathway hidden by undergrowth, a fleeting promise of shelter. With renewed resolve she veered toward it, her heart pounding against her ribs as she squeezed into the opening. As she entered, the scenery around her distorted and flickered, shapes wavering like echoes of the past. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, her instincts screaming for her to find Adonis before the storm ripped them apart completely. She scanned the swirling mists that surrounded her, desperate for any sign of his familiar presence. Callista's thoughts drifted toward the warmth of his smile, the way his blue eyes seemed to capture the very essence of the sky on a clear day. Would she ever see that smile again, or would the storm rob her of that precious light forever? With each shuddering breath, she realized that the forest was not merely her adversary, it was also her hope. Yet there she stood, in the eye of chaos, her spirit flickering like the lightning that illuminated the world around her. Every raindrop that splattered against her skin seemed to echo her heartbeat, a reminder that she was alive, yet painfully alone. The wind's wails rose around her, drowning out all sense of direction, but she could feel the presence of the storm urging her onward. The relentless rain beat down, soaking her to the bone, but it could never quench the fire that burned within her heart. As she moved deeper into the path, she imagined Adonis beside her, steadfast and strong, guiding her through the tempest. The thought anchored her, infusing her with warmth even as the cold rain engulfed her. She pressed on, her determination like a beacon, shimmering in the shadow of the storm's fierce grip. Perhaps she would find him, she had to find him. As the storm subsided, a strange stillness fell over the forest, wrapping Callista in a damp embrace. The earth beneath her feet was soft and yielding, glistening with rain's remnants, while the mist swirled around her, creating an ethereal shroud that felt at once welcoming and chilling. In that fleeting moment of calm, she felt the weight of the world pressing down, urging her to linger before the unknown shadows emerged from the trees. From the depths of the swirling mist, a time-worn stone structure loomed, its edges softened by moss and age. It stood solitary, as if forgotten by time, an eerie reminder of both magic and decay. Callista approached hesitantly, her heart thrumming in her chest, as an unsettling aura radiated from the building. In that stillness, she suddenly felt less alone, a tingle of anticipation washing over her. But the feeling quickly faded as shadows shifted, and from them a figure emerged. Medea Thornwood stepped forward with the grace of a predatory feline, her steel-grey hair cascading like storm clouds around her angular features. Callista instinctively drew back, the air thickening with the power emanating from the forest witch. Medea's eyes, shifting hues like a tempest, narrowed as she fixed her gaze on Callista, weighing her with a calm that was both unsettling and captivating.
"I know the secrets that bind these woods and your heart," Medea said, her voice flat yet resonant, a melody that danced dangerously along the edges of persuasion. "I can send you home if you betray him."
Each word dripped with honeyed malice, echoing against the thick mist surrounding them. Callista stood frozen, her breath catching in her throat as dread coiled around her.
"Betrayal."
The word hung in the air like a whispered curse.
"What do you mean?" she managed to ask, her voice trembling as she sought to maintain a grip on her rising panic.
With deliberate gestures, Medea revealed threads of history woven into the very fabric of the woods. She spoke of ancient magic entwined with heartache, of a powerful lineage lost to time. Adonis is cursed, much like I am, a reflection of those who have come before. My connection with his ancestor runs deep, and I've seen the ruin of love when tangled in deceit. Callista's mind raced as she processed the implications. The ground beneath her seemed to pulse, a reminder of all she had fought against in the storm, and now here was a new tempest waiting to engulf her.
"You want me to betray him?" she whispered, disbelief mixing with the fragile hope that had clung to her even in the storm.
"Betrayal is a relative term, my dear," Medea replied, the corner of her mouth curling into a sly smile.
"It can bring forth liberation, even from the heaviest of chains."
Her voice slipped into a more conspiratorial tone, drawing Callista closer to her web of manipulation.
"You need not suffer the fate of those who lost their way.
I can set you free." Yet Callista's heart thudded in her chest, tangled in a web of emotions, fear, longing, and a hint of something dangerously intoxicating. To return home, to escape this haunted realm, was a seductive thought, but it was bound by a thread of betrayal that could sever her connection to Adonis. As the forest whispered secrets around her, she knew that this was no ordinary choice. It was a fork in her path, a decision that could shatter or restore the fragile fragments of her life. Medea sensed the internal struggle, and her expression shifted, reflecting both triumph and the lingering bitterness of her own story. The leaves rustled, and a silence fell between them, punctuated only by the quiet drumming of rainwater in the crevices of the ancient stones. "Think carefully, child," she urged, her voice a soft whisper laced with urgency.
"You can reclaim what is lost, but only if you embrace the shadows that dwell within you."
Callista's mind whirled, as the magnitude of Medea's words pressed upon her. The storm had raged outside, but now inside the clearing, a tempest brewed within her. She could almost feel the pull of Adonis's presence, the warmth of his spirit anchoring her against Medea's dark allure.
Was she ready to sever that bond for a chance at freedom?
Standing at the edge of the clearing, surrounded by flickering shadows and memories, Callista felt both terrified and determined. Her heart raced as she processed the weight of the forest witch's proposition. In the quiet aftermath of the storm, she had thought she found clarity, but now faced the depths of an ancient choice, a decision that would shape not only her destiny, but the fate of those entwined with her own. And as the lingering mist enveloped her like a cloak, she drew in a shaky breath, her heart already hinting at the resolve brewing within. Would she fight for her newfound connection, or was she destined to dance with shadows? Chapter 10 Bonds Unbroken. Adonis stepped lightly into the thick embrace of the forest, each footfall muffled by a quilt of damp leaves. Shadows stretched across the path like ghostly fingers, and an electric tension crackled in the air as he called out, "Callista!" The weight of silence hung heavily around him, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures flitting through the underbrush. Navigating the twisted roots and gnarled branches required all his focus. The light was dim, the canopy above filtering the fading glow of daylight into soft, muted hues. Adonis moved cautiously, aware of the slick surfaces that threatened to betray him with a misplaced step. The forest was alive, each corner revealing an unexpected dance of fireflies illuminating fleeting glimpses of his surroundings. Their twinkling light felt like whispers, beckoning him deeper into the woodland mystery. "Callista!" he shouted again, his voice echoing and ricocheting against the trees. He felt an ache in his chest with each repetition, a reminder of the urgency that drove him onward.
Was she nearby, hidden in the shadows, or had the forest swallowed her whole?
Every tremor beneath his feet sent shivers of uncertainty racing up his spine, a warning that the woods were as treacherous as they were enchanting. He paused for a moment, listening intently. The forest felt alive, pulsing with an energy that was both inviting and sinister. Leaves rustled as if sharing secrets, and the distant call of a night creature mimicked his voice, enhancing the eeriness of his solitary mission. The heavy silence that followed each call seemed to mock his efforts, urging him to despair, but he clenched his jaw, tightening his grip on the weathered cloak draped over his shoulders. This forest had its secrets, but he was not one to be easily discouraged. With every cautious step forward, he steadied his resolve. Memories of Callista's laughter and warmth fueled his determination, driving him further into the dense tapestry of foliage. She needed him, and he couldn't let the shifting paths or twisting shadows deter him from finding her. Adonis pressed on, tracing his fingers along the rough bark of ancient trees, grounding himself in the reality of his purpose. Each leaf fluttering overhead seemed to tremble with possibility, encouraging him to forge ahead, despite the creeping dread that clawed at the edges of his mind.
"Callista!"
His voice rose again, firm yet tinged with a hint of vulnerability, as he traversed the unseen dangers lurking just beyond the light. And then a sound, a soft rustle, almost like her name carried on the wind. Adonis paused, his heart quickening.
The thrill of hope collided with fear. Had he truly heard her?
He strained his ears, letting the stillness envelop him like a protective shroud.
The trembling of the earth beneath his feet felt almost rhythmic, matching the rapid beat of his heart.
His breath caught as he listened more closely, waiting for another sign. The forest, both magical and malevolent, enveloped him further, transforming the terrain with each step. Narrow tracks twisted into challenging paths, the whispers of leaves urging him deeper into the heart of the woods.
Yet his determination held firm.
He was not lost, he was merely finding his way through this enchanted labyrinth, guided by the unyielding connection he felt toward Callista. And with every call, every echo that hung in the air like an unanswered prayer, he knew he was drawing nearer to her. In a secluded clearing where the dappled light fought to pierce through the ancient canopy, Callista stood resolute, facing the forest witch. The air buzzed with magic, heavy and electric, as the ground beneath her seemed to pulse in recognition of the two powerful beings now locked in an unyielding standoff. Medea, cloaked in robes that whispered tales of forgotten glory, studied the girl before her with eyes that shifted colors like a tempest.
"Child," she began, her voice a silken thread of temptation woven through the leaves, "accept my offer and escape this cursed wood unscathed."
Each word dripped with honeyed promise, wrapped in veiled threats, a dance of persuasion that swayed like the branches above. Callista felt the weight of those words pressing against her, like the forest's damp embrace. She brushed her fingers lightly against the silver locket hidden beneath her tunic, grounding herself in the memory of what truly mattered. "I choose my bond with him over an easy escape," she replied, her voice steady, refusing to yield to the sorceress's cunning. The air around them shifted, trembling in the wake of her defiance. Medea's lips curled into a smile that hinted at daggers lurking just below the surface, her eyes darkening as though clouds had swept in to eclipse the sun. "Foolish girl," she hissed, the sweetness of her tone giving way to an edge that sliced through the forest's ambience.
"What do you truly know of bonds when you stand upon this brink?
Your naive sentimentality will cost you dearly." Callista met her gaze unflinchingly, her heart steady despite the turmoil around them.
This was a battle not just of wills, but of pasts intertwined with pain.
She felt a surge of warmth, recalling the moments spent with Adonis, the laughter and the dreams woven into shared silence. The girl squared her shoulders, feeling the strength of that memory coursing through her veins.
"And I will not sacrifice the beauty of those moments for mere safety."
As the words left her lips, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Medea's expression, a momentary crack in her facade of calm. The clearing, usually alive with whispers, now held its breath, the tension palpable, almost electric. The ancient trees loomed, witnessing the clash of power and conviction.
"You would challenge the very forces that shape this forest?"
"You think you understand sacrifice?" Medea's voice grew low, thick with unspoken danger. She stepped closer, the space between them crackling with unseen magic, and in that moment, her bitter pain pierced through her venomous exterior.
"Your bond with him is a tether, yet you stand at the precipice of an abyss, unknowing of what lurks beneath."
Callista's heart raced, the ominous undertone of Medea's words clawing at her resolve.
But fear was not the master of her soul, and with a fierce breath she remained firm. "Perhaps, but even the deepest bonds can light the darkest paths. I choose not just to live, but to live with purpose."
That purpose is to help him. He is worth more than mere safety, even in the face of danger. Medea's expression flickered with a storm of emotion, bitterness, envy, and perhaps a glimmer of the protectiveness that once defined her.
"Very well, Callista Rain.
Stand in your light, but know that the shadows shall always seek to reclaim you."
And with those final words, the clearing shifted, as if the forest itself responded to the gravity of their confrontation.
Callista felt the air thrum with intensity, a silent promise echoing within her. This moment would not define her, nor would it fracture her spirit. She held her ground as Medea retreated into the shadows, leaving behind an echo of her presence that still loomed over the clearing like a storm waiting to break. As the wind settled back into a hushed calm, Callista's breath came easier, though uncertainty lingered in the air.
The challenge had been issued, but she would not falter.
In the solitude of the clearing she focused her thoughts, knowing she must return to Adonis, where true strength lay. As the mist clung to the air like a shy secret, Callista finally glimpsed a familiar figure emerging through the haze. Adonis stood beneath the towering trees, his presence a beacon against the forest's uncertainties. The soft glow of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating his striking features, and in that moment, her heart soared with a hope that had been dimmed but never extinguished. "Adonis," she called, her voice a jubilant melody amid the whispers of the forest. The very air around her brightened, charged with the magic of their connection as she rushed toward him, her feet light with relief. The tumult of earlier faded into a distant memory as they closed the gap between them, the space around them transforming, welcoming. He turned, and in that instant the shadows that had clung so tightly seemed to recede. "Callista," he breathed, his voice a blend of relief and unmasked joy. His gaze locked onto hers, conveying a warmth that felt like sunlight breaking through a storm. In that moment nothing else mattered. The chaos of the forest dimmed, overshadowed by the strength of their bond. Adonis extended his hand, fingers brushing hers, and she felt an electric spark ignite between them, a tether formed of trust and shared challenges.
"I was afraid I had lost my way," he confessed, his expression turning serious. "This forest, it does strange things to those who wander too far."
She shook her head, a smile blooming on her lips.
"But we found our way back to each other. That's what matters."
The weight of her encounter with Medea faded, replaced by the assurance that they would face whatever challenges the forest still held together. As they stood beneath the watchful branches, an invisible force pulsed around them, shimmering like threads of light, intertwining their fates.
"Whatever lies ahead," Callista said softly, "I choose to face it by your side."
His gaze deepened, full of understanding and promise.
"Together then, come what may."
Their voices intertwined in a melodic whisper, harmonizing with the forest's quiet, as they shared a moment of unspoken commitment. With a newfound clarity, the path ahead shimmered gently beneath the layers of shadows, each step forward imbued with a sense of purpose. Together they began to walk, the enchanted wood seemingly bending to accommodate their united front. The vibrant glow that enveloped them transformed the uncertainty of the dark into a pathway rich with potential and warmth. In that silence, the murmurs of the forest transformed into a hopeful symphony, echoing the unbreakable connection they now shared. There was a promise in the air, a gentle reminder that despite the darkness lurking within the woods, love and friendship would always guide them home. They pressed forward, heartened by the warmth of their bond, ready to uncover the mysteries that awaited them in the depths of the enchanted forest. Chapter 11: Dance of the Fireflies. The grove stretched out before them, a sanctuary painted in shades of silver and green, where luminescent trees swayed softly, illuminating the darkness with their gentle glow. Callista took a hesitant step into this magical haven, feeling the weight of the forest's chaos fall away. It was here, amid the drifting fireflies that danced like embers in the night, that she hoped to find Adonis, where the world outside ceased to matter. As she walked deeper into the grove, the soft rustle of leaves mingled with the gentle pulsing of light from the trees, creating a serene melody that enveloped her like a warm embrace. Her striking green eyes widened as she took in the enchanting scene, the way the fireflies flickered in intricate patterns, the sweet scent of moss and earth wrapping around her like a familiar blanket. There was a calmness in the air that breathed life into her tired spirit, beckoning her forward. Then, just as the grove seemed to whisper her name, she saw him. Adonis stood at the edge of the clearing, a figure of ethereal grace, his dark hair catching the glow of the luminous trees. He was like a fleeting dream, always just out of reach, yet ever present in her thoughts. As their eyes met, a spark ignited in her chest, an unspoken relief washed over them both, and in that instant the chaos of their past drifted away. Adonis smiled, a gesture that felt like sunlight breaking through the clouds after a storm. Callista returned the smile, her heart swelling with a mix of joy and anxiety.
"It's good to see you again," she whispered, her voice barely above the rustling leaves. "I thought I had lost you," he replied, the weight of the shared history hanging between them delicate yet palpable.
He stepped forward, bridging the space that had once felt infinite and isolating. A gentle touch on her hand, his fingers grazing her skin like a whisper of promise, and all the tension from the outside world melted away. Their laughter bubbled forth, the sounds soft and buoyant, as they exchanged playful glances, tender, unguarded moments that ignited their spirits like the fireflies surrounding them. Each laugh was a small defiance against the shadows they had faced, and in the heart of the grove, they found solace in one another.
"What an extraordinary place," Callista murmured, her gaze wandering back to the trees, her heart lighter with every passing moment.
The way the light shimmered felt like magic, inviting hope into a life marred by uncertainty.
"It is indeed," Adonis said, his tone rich with contemplation. "A refuge for souls, lost in the complexities of existence."
He hesitated for a moment, his expression deepening as he glanced at her, vulnerability breaking through his carefully constructed facade.
"Just as you are for me, Callista."
The air around them shimmered, charged with unspoken feelings and shared memories. She felt the weight of his gaze, recognizing the tumult of his life reflected in the depths of his blue eyes. And though they both stood amidst the beauty of the grove, the world around them faded into mere background noise. Callista took a deep breath, drawing strength from the magic of the moment. "Together we can find our way," she assured him, a quiet determination threading through her voice. In his presence, she felt a sense of belonging she had almost forgotten existed. As the laughter of the fireflies heightened, pulsating with life and joy, they stood hand in hand, an unbreakable bond woven in the soft glow of their sanctuary. Each passing moment solidified their connection, a precious thread in the intricate tapestry of their lives. Then, as if the grove had conspired to weave their fates together, Adonis stepped closer, drawing her gaze back to him.
"Would you indulge me, Callista?"
His voice dropped to a soft murmur, laced with an invitation.
"Shall we dance?"
Callista's heart fluttered at the suggestion. She had always imagined dancing as a means to connect not just with others but with herself, a celebration of joy that could flourish in even the darkest corners.
"I trust you," she said with a mix of excitement and trepidation, allowing him to take her hand as he led her into the softly illuminated clearing.
Adonis began to guide her through the movements of a dance from his time, each step filled with a graceful elegance that seemed to resonate with the grove itself.
"Follow my lead," he instructed softly, and she did, her initial hesitation melting into emerging confidence.
She matched his gentle steps, her heart sinking with the rhythm they created together. The delicate interplay of gestures and the whispers of nature surrounded them as the grove became their universe. With each twirl, each soft sway of their bodies, they were woven together in the moment, two souls spinning against the fabric of the world. The fireflies intensified their luminous ballet, illuminating the clearing like a celestial celebration, and the chorus of rustles and distant whispers formed a symphony that harmonized with their every movement. In that beautiful exchange they came to a quiet crescendo, a moment caught between breaths, time suspended. Adonis cupped her cheek, his touch both firm and tender. She could feel the pulse of their shared emotions thrumming through her skin, and without hesitation their lips met in a kiss that promised a world beyond their fears. It was a firm yet gentle press, and in that moment, they solidified their emotional bond amidst the brilliance of the grove's magic. A wave of warmth spread between them, signaling a united future waiting just out of sight, like the fireflies around them dancing in the darkness, illuminating the possibilities that lay ahead. The kiss held a promise, a whisper of everything they could become together, igniting a spark that would light their way through the complexities of their lives. In the heart of the enchanted grove, they embraced their connection, safe and secure, wrapped in the magic that surrounded them as the world outside faded into the realm of mere shadows. The gentle hum of the grove enveloped them, as Adonis took Callista's hand, leading her into the clearing, where the silver glow intensified around them. Every step they took seemed to resonate with the very pulse of the enchanted forest, blending their heartbeats with the rhythm of nature. As he readied her for the dance, the world outside faded entirely. Only the shimmering grove and the promise of connection remained.
"Are you ready?" he asked, his tone light yet earnest, eyes sparkling like the fireflies that flitted about them.
She nodded, feeling the electric anticipation buzzing in the air.
"As ready as I'll ever be," she replied with a breathy chuckle, her nervousness transforming into excitement.
With a small, reassuring smile, Adonis drew her close, his presence calming and confident. He began to demonstrate the first step of the dance, moving gracefully with a precision that echoed both beauty and authority.
"Watch me," he instructed, and Callista couldn't help but admire the way he glided effortlessly across the grass.
She followed his lead, the rhythm and movement intoxicating. As she mimicked his graceful steps, her feet began to remember their place, and the dance unfolded around them like a living entity. Adonis's gentle guidance infused her with a renewed sense of self-assurance.
"Just let the music of the grove carry you," he murmured, encouraging her with the quiet strength of his gaze.
Each twirl drew them closer together, their movements blending as the luminous light painted around them. The fireflies joined their dance, swirling around like stars set free from the sky, mirroring the enchanting connection they were forging.
"You're a natural," Adonis said, his laughter warm and inviting as he watched her discover the joy in movement. "I dare say you could outshine even the finest noble ladies of my time."
Callista grinned, feeling a warmth spread through her, fueled by both his words and the magic surrounding them.
"Well, I have a great teacher," she quipped back, her confidence bubbling to the surface as they spun and turned with increasing delight.
As the dance continued, their laughter punctuated the grove's soft melodies, with gentle whispers of the forest rising and falling like the tide. The intimacy grew, each shared smile and glancing touch igniting an undeniable chemistry between them. Callista found herself lost in the warmth of his presence, the sweet gravity of his movements, each step drawing them further away from the chaos outside.
"I once danced under a canopy of stars," Adonis reminisced, his expression contemplative yet playful. "The fireflies were our only audience, much like now." "Were you always this charming?"
Callista teased, her playful tone brightening the air around them.
"Or has the enchanted grove turned you into a romantic?"
He laughed, the sound carrying a melodic quality that intertwined with the music of the grove.
"Perhaps a bit of both," he admitted, his eyes locking onto hers with a sincerity that sent a thrilling shiver down her spine.
With the dance growing more intricate, each step entwining their fates like vines climbing toward the light, the air around them felt charged with emotion. The weight of their struggles slipped away, leaving space for something beautiful to take root, a burgeoning connection fueled by shared laughter, heartbeats in sync, and unguarded glances that lingered just a moment longer than necessary. Then came a pause, a stillness that hung heavy and electric.
They stood face to face, breaths mingling in the soft glow.
It was a moment that seemed suspended in time, the world outside retreating further into the shadows, as the fireflies dimmed and danced around their intertwined forms. "Callista," he whispered, a hint of vulnerability woven into his tone. "In this fleeting moment, under the shelter of the grove, I wish to share something more."
Her heart raced and all words fell away.
Their eyes locked, a shared understanding growing deeper than any spoken promise. And then, in that breathtaking stillness, he leaned in, the space between them shrinking until it vanished entirely. Their lips met, and time collapsed around them. The kiss held a sweet fervor, a mix of tenderness and passion that sent sparks tingling through every fiber of her being. It was a melding of spirits, a connection that bridged the gap between their pasts and hopes for the future. In that embrace, everything else faded: the forest, the worries, the uncertainties of tomorrow. Just the two of them remained, wrapped in the grove's ethereal embrace, surrounded by flickering lights and gentle whispers of magic. As they pulled back slightly, breathless and wide-eyed, Callista searched Adonis's face for the quiet intensity that lingered there, a smile teasing her lips.
"What was that?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper as the essence of their moment continued to reverberate through her. "Something worth remembering," Adonis replied, his tone soft yet imbued with promise, the sincerity of his gaze grounding her once more. "And the beginning of a story that we shall write together."
They lingered in the warmth of that magical clearing, hands still entwined as the grove resumed its song, fireflies dancing with renewed vigor, a radiant testament to the bond they had forged in that ephemeral moment, standing together against whatever shadows might come next. In the enchanting grove, a new chapter unfurled, a dance of hearts that would guide them toward the light. Chapter 12: The Locket's Secret. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow over the clearing, where shadows danced playfully between the trees. Callista Rain stood with her heart quickening, her senses alive to the damp earth beneath her feet, and the soft sweet fragrance of moss that wafted through the air. It was a moment pregnant with magic, and as she glanced toward the path from which her companion would emerge, anticipation thrummed in her veins like a distant drumbeat. Moments later, Ariadne Willow stepped into the clearing, her movements as fluid as the silvery light that enveloped her. Her long curly blonde hair shimmered with moonlight, casting a soft halo around her, while her hazel eyes, reflecting the hues of autumn, seemed to glow with an inner light. The fabric of her flowing dress rustled like leaves in a gentle breeze, harmonizing with the sounds of the forest. Callista's gaze was drawn to the way Ariadne carried herself, embodying both grace and strength. As Ariadne drew nearer, Callista felt a tug of hope unfurl within her. In her outstretched hand, she presented the silver locket, a small treasure gleaming with an air of mystery. Its surface, etched with faint runes that seemed to pulse with life, caught the gentle glow of nearby fireflies, creating an ethereal aura around it. Callista's eyes widened in wonder, her fingers tingling with anticipation, as they instinctively reached for the locket.
"Is it truly?"
Callista breathed, her voice laced with awe. The moment felt electric, as if the very air around them buzzed with potential. Adonis Everhart stepped forward, his dark brown hair catching the moonlight, eyes piercing as he focused intently on the locket in Ariadne's palm. He noted the magical quality it exuded, sensing its importance even before words were spoken. There was a familiar elegance in his movements, a subtle grace born from an upbringing far removed from the roughness of their current lives.
"What secrets does it hold?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was hidden deep within the enchanted forest," Ariadne replied, her calm demeanor infusing the moment with warmth. "I had to venture beyond the known paths to retrieve it.
Legends say it once belonged to a family whose bond with this forest was profound." Callista's pulse quickened at the thought. The forest had long been shrouded in stories of lost souls and enchanted artifacts. "Do you think it could be connected to my father?" she asked, a hopeful lilt to her voice that tugged at Adonis's heartstrings. "Perhaps," Ariadne mused, her eyes scanning the locket with a knowing gaze.
"The markings may hold traces of the past, stories waiting to be unearthed."
Her voice was steady, each word deliberate, as she allowed the gravity of the locket's history to sink in. With deliberate care, Callista undid the delicate clasp, holding her breath as the locket slowly opened. As it parted, a soft light spilled forth, illuminating an intricately detailed map hidden within. The lines and symbols shimmered under the filtered light that peeked through the canopy above, evoking a sense of ancient magic that seemed to dance on the edges of comprehension. Adonis leaned in, his expression shifting to one of profound intrigue as his fingers brushed the embossed markings. They echoed ancient designs from a time long forgotten, a time he barely remembered, yet felt inexplicably connected to.
These symbols, they trace back to old lore, he remarked, his voice low, resonating with the weight of his discoveries. Yes, Callista breathed, caught up in the thrill of discovery. They speak of a legacy older than even we imagined.
Her mind whirled with the possibilities, eyes sparkling with wonder. There was an intoxicating energy in the air as they studied the map together, their bodies leaning closer, instinctively bridging the gap between them. As they concentrated, whispered exchanges punctuated the quiet rustle of leaves surrounding them. Each quiet revelation felt like a thread, weaving a tapestry of shared purpose and determination. In that moment, amidst the cool night air and the vibrant sounds of the forest, a bond deepened between them, a connection forged through the mystery of the locket, entwining their fates as they dared to uncover the magic hidden within its delicate embrace. The map unfurled before them like a breath of wind carrying the promise of adventure, each line shimmering with possibility under the moonlit canopy. Callista leaned closer, her heart racing as her fingers traced the ancient symbols, feeling an inexplicable pull toward their meaning. Beside her, Adonis's presence felt solid and reassuring, the combination of their wonder sparking a fire of determination within her chest. Together, they were on the brink of unearthing something that could change their lives forever.
This line here, Adonis pointed out, tracing a path that curled around several small symbols that resembled trees. It seems to suggest a route through the forest that corresponds to tales I remember.
My father spoke of it when I was a boy, a trail that leads to hidden glades where time flows differently. Callista's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Then we must follow it.
It might lead us to the heart of the forest where, her breath caught in her throat, a wave of anticipation flooding her senses.
Where my father could have left some part of himself.
Indeed, he said, his expression shifting to one of contemplative intensity. The depths of his piercing blue eyes held a flicker of recognition, as if he were piecing together a puzzle that had long haunted him. These symbols, they may even hold the key to breaking your stepmother's spell over you, to restoring your rightful place. She let his words sink in, tinged with a blend of hope and fear. The notion of reclaiming her life felt thrilling yet daunting.
What if my family truly is woven into this magic? She pondered aloud, her fingers gently brushing over another emblem on the map. It's as if the very forest is whispering secrets only we can understand.
Adonis leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin.
We are chosen to uncover this.
It is our fate to unravel what is hidden. He spoke with a softness that belied the determination evident in his gaze, his protective nature swirling around them, like the essence of the forest itself.
The law speaks of bonds forged in love and sacrifice, Callista said, her voice imbued with conviction. I can feel it.
My father's love is entwined with this magic. If we can interpret the map, perhaps we can find what he left behind.
Your father was a man of honor.
I can feel that legacy in your spirit, Adonis said, a hint of admiration crossing his features.
And that strength, I believe, will guide us.
Callista smiled at him, gratitude bubbling to the surface.
I didn't know I could feel so close to him, especially after all the time apart.
There was a spark of connection growing between them, forged in their shared mission, and the intricate weave of stories being revealed in their midst.
I too have searched for pieces of my past, Callista, Adonis confessed, the weight of his past settling in his voice like mist on the forest floor.
Perhaps in revealing yours, I shall find the truth of my own existence as well." Her heart swelled at his words, an unspoken promise dancing between them in the moonlight.
"Then let us do this together," she declared, her voice firm and resolute, offering her hand to him in a gesture of solidarity.
Adonis accepted her hand, their fingers brushing, a spark igniting that felt both electric and familiar. In that moment, surrounded by the ancient woods alive with secrets, the pair solidified their commitment to each other and to the journey ahead, knowing that the path would likely be fraught with challenges.
Yet together, they felt ready to embrace the unknown.
As they knelt to scrutinize the map again, their breaths mingled in the cool air, and the shadows of the forest watched, whispering tales of heroes and legends yet to unfold. Callista felt a deep-rooted determination blossoming within her as they leaned over the parchment, resolved to reclaim her family's legacy together. Chapter 13: The Thorny Path. The entrance of the labyrinth loomed ahead, an entanglement of thorns and branches that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The air was thick with dampness, and the ground beneath their feet felt uneven, like a heartbeat echoing with uncertainty. Callista Rain, slender and determined, felt the cool, rough bark of the twisted trees graze her fingertips as she moved cautiously forward, her striking green eyes reflecting both fear and resolve. At her side, Adonis Everheart's presence felt like an anchor in the storm, even as the maze tightened around them, whispering secrets of challenges yet to come. They stepped together into the labyrinth, its embrace a mix of dark promise and ominous foreboding. The thorns towered like sentinels, each one a twisted finger pointing inward, urging them to venture deeper into the unknown. Callista could feel the moist earth beneath her bare feet, slick and uneven, and her pulse quickened at the thought of what lay ahead. Beads of sweat began to form at her brow, mirroring the oppressive atmosphere as they pressed on, thorns clawing at their clothing, each step feeling both like a choice and a trial. Adonis moved with a measured grace, his athletic build allowing him to navigate the terrain with an ease that belied the tension coiling in his shoulders. The carved walking stick in his hand became a steadying force, its smooth surface grounding him even as he surveyed their surroundings. "We must trust the map," he murmured, his voice a gentle yet firm echo in the encroaching darkness, his tone formal yet laced with a warmth that kept the dread at bay. Callista nodded, her heart thudding in her chest. She had no words, only an unspoken agreement that they would face whatever challenge awaited them together. The twisting passageway felt alive, as if the thorns were testing their resolve, bending slightly inward, beckoning them further. The rustling leaves above whispered secrets she could not quite understand, but she understood one thing well: their shared strength would be essential as they ventured deeper into the maze. With each step, Callista focused on the rough, blood-stained bark beneath her fingertips, a reminder of the dangers this labyrinth harbored. Sweat dripped down her temple, mingling with the chill in the air, as the weight of her situation settled on her like a shroud. Her past, the loss of her father, loomed over her, and the ache for his guiding hand in this treacherous world throbbed like a wound. But Adonis was at her side, his piercing blue eyes scanning the darkness ahead, drawing her courage from the way he held himself, unwavering despite the unknown. She brushed against the bristling vines, their prickly surfaces tugging at her clothing and reminding her of the thorns in her life. This maze mirrored her struggles, the way her heart had been wounded and her dreams entangled in despair. Yet, despite her fears, there was a flicker of hope she could not extinguish, a fire kindled by the memories of her father and the belief that she could carve her path, just as she had been taught. Together, she whispered to herself, summoning the strength to move forward, the words a mantra that thrummed through her veins. Adonis seemed to sense her determination. He glanced her way, the corner of his mouth lifting ever so slightly in encouragement. They pressed on, the environment shifting around them, more than just a physical labyrinth, but a landscape of their inner conflicts and ambitions. As they delved deeper, the maze whispered secrets.
The twisted branches interlocked in a puzzling embrace, each bend and twist a challenge against their will.
Callista could almost hear the rustling wood telling tales of all those who had ventured before them, drawing breath from the lost spirits who wandered these paths. And yet, despite the discomfort, the dampness and the fear, there was an undeniable thrill that coursed through her, the excitement of discovery, the longing for liberation from both the maze and her own shackles. Adonis's voice broke through the haze of her thoughts.
We must remain vigilant.
His eyes shone with an intensity that made her heart flutter. A strange, unexpected connection amid the turmoil of their situation.
The map is our guide, but we are the ones who must choose the right path.
Callista's breath hitched, not just from the exertion of moving through the thicket, but from the weight of those words. They were not merely traversing physical space, but embarking on a journey that would define them. She tightened her grip on the map, feeling its cool texture beneath her fingertips, a lifeline tethering her to both hope and destiny.
I trust you, Adonis, she said softly, feeling the truth of her statement echo in her chest. We are stronger together, he replied, his gaze steady and earnest as they carved their way through the thorns that reached for them like unyielding hands.
The dark green vines entwined with blackened thorns seemed almost to sense their resolve, pulsing gently as if the maze itself were alive, pushing back against their defiance. As the weight of the atmosphere thickened, they encountered patches where the thorns pressed closer together, narrowing the passage and challenging them to press on through the suffocating enclosure. A sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves above, sending shivers through Callista's spine. The closeness of the branches felt suffocating, yet she leaned into Adonis, drawing on his strength as they maneuvered through the barrier. Their breaths mingled with the damp air, creating a rhythm that seemed to encourage them forward. A particularly sharp thorn grazed Callista's palm as she clutched at Adonis's sleeve, and a startled gasp escaped her lips. The fleeting sting was a sharp reminder of the danger that surrounded them, yet it ignited something fierce within her, a determination to not let fear govern her actions. Steady, Callista, Adonis murmured, his tone a steady balm against her mounting anxiety. He paused, taking a moment to steady himself and her, wrapping a protective hand over hers where it rested on his sleeve. The warmth of his touch spread through her, igniting her resolve even as the maze closed in around them.
I won't be what he feared I'd become, she whispered, her voice barely breaking the heavy silence that wrapped around them.
Adonis's eyes softened with understanding, the depths of his own struggles reflected back at her. In that moment, she felt the boundaries of her fear begin to crumble. Here, in the heart of the labyrinth, they were not alone. We carry our pasts, but they do not define us, he replied, the gravelly tone of his voice carrying an ancient wisdom. She could see the flicker of his past etched into his features, a pain that lingered like a specter, yet it was accompanied by an unwavering determination to confront the future. In that shared space of vulnerability, the maze responded, thorns shifting and receding ever so slightly, as if allowing a glimpse of hope to seep through. The oppressive weight in the air lightened, if only a little, offering them a brief respite from the uncertainty that loomed ahead. There, in the heart of that shifting thicket, stood two souls determined to carve their path through the darkness, hearts beating as one against the test of time. With the maze shifting around them, nudging them toward a narrower corridor, the oppressive ambience enveloped them, yet each determined word they shared felt like a promise. Together, Callista affirmed, stepping into the next phase of their journey, as they readied themselves for whatever awaited them in the depths of the labyrinth, the shadows closing in as they pressed on, their future unwritten and full of potential. The labyrinth tightened around Callista and Adonis, branches intertwining in a daunting embrace, as if the very thorns conspired against their escape. Each step drew them deeper into the depths of darkness, the oppressive thicket pressing close like memories that refused to let go. Callista felt the cold air thicken with tension, the sharp scent of damp earth swirling around her and mingling with the metallic tang of her own trepidation. It was then that the shadows shifted, and a flicker of light pierced the encroaching gloom, revealing the haunting image of her father Selim, gazing at her with disappointment amidst the gnarled branches. Her breath caught in her throat, eyes widening as the familiar warmth of his presence seeped through the labyrinthine thorns. He stood there, an ethereal figure, flickering in and out like a fading memory. His warm brown eyes, once crinkled with laughter, now carried a depth of sadness that struck her heart like an arrow. The world around her fell away as time stood still. Here was the man who had taught her about the stars and spun tales by the fireplace. "Callista!" His voice resonated softly, wrapping around her like a blanket made of light and shadows.
"Father."
The name fell from her lips, a whisper drenched in longing. She took a tentative step forward, her fingers brushing against the twisted branches that framed him.
"Is it truly you?"
The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of grief and hope intertwined.
But the spectral image wavered, his expression faltering, the disappointment in his eyes seeming to pull her closer. "I feared you'd become something I could not recognize," he murmured, his voice laced with sorrow, each word an echo of her deepest insecurities.
The walls of thorns pulsed around her, reacting to her turmoil, squeezing tighter as the truth threatened to envelop her.
"What have you allowed this world to turn you into?"
In that moment, the cool air turned suffocating, constricting around her. Callista's heart ached with the heaviness of his words, the bitter realization that perhaps he was right, that the struggles of her life had begun to overshadow her true self. I am trying," she choked out, emotions rising within her like a tide ready to break.
"I won't be what you feared I'd become."
Adonis stood to her side, his posture stiffening as he felt the weight of her pain. He could sense the echoes of his own past swirling in the air, decades of regret and isolation that haunted him like shadows at dusk. As Callista's vision of her father continued to flicker in and out, he too began to feel the sharp bite of his own memories, fragments of a life lost, the faces of those who once looked to him with admiration and love, now tarnished by the cruel hands of fate. With the rustling leaves filling the silence, Adonis could almost hear the whispers of the past accusing him, chiding him for not saving those he once held dear. His shoulders tightened, eyes narrowing as flashes of sorrow flooded his mind, the weight of their deaths pressing down like the unyielding thorns surrounding them. He was a prince no more, but a man burdened by centuries of isolation. "They carry our pasts, but they do not define us," he spoke, his voice a low, gravelly murmur that cut through the tension, grounding them both. Callista glanced at him, her green eyes filled with a mix of fear and gratitude. The intensity of his gaze bore into hers, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this. "Together," she whispered, clutching at the remnants of his words as they combined with her father's fading form. Adonis, in turn, grappled with the harsh memories that pressed at the edges of his mind, feeling the ache of lost opportunities tightening around his chest.
"We must face this labyrinth," he urged, his tone shifting, igniting with a gentleness that was both strong and sincere. "Your father may wish to protect you, but the true measure of strength lies within.
You are more than his fears." His eyes glinted with a quiet conviction, a promise to help her push past the despair that threatened to hold her captive. As the maze trembled around them, the roots and thorns reacted, sprouting larger and bristling in response to their shared determination. It was as though the labyrinth sought to consume their hope, pulling tighter around them with an insidious grip. In the midst of her father's flickering image, Callista took a deep breath.
"I will not be defined by my fears."
Her voice rang clear, resonating against the trees that watched them with silent judgment. It was a vow, a declaration that she was ready to reclaim her story. With each heartbeat, the spectral form of Selim began to shimmer and fade, the woods closing in around them. "Do not lose yourself, my darling." His voice floated through the leaves, growing quieter with every word, carrying the weight of a father's love mingled with his deep-seated worries. "I won't," she cried out, determination lacing her voice like steel as she clasped Adonis's hand tightly, the contact anchoring her to this world and this moment, fueling the fire of her will to press on.
"Let us find our way," Adonis whispered, drawing her back to the present as the thorns shifted once more, reminding them that this journey was theirs to navigate together.
The path opened up slightly, offering a flicker of potential for relief, yet the shadows deepened, hinting that darker trials awaited just beyond the twisting roots and unyielding bark. But in that moment, with the echoes of their pasts intertwined, they had found each other, a beacon in the darkness. They would confront the shadows together, no longer haunted by what was lost, but strengthened by what they could still become. As Callista and Adonis pressed deeper into the labyrinth, the thorns shifted with a life of their own, coiling around them as if the very shadows conspired to push them back. The oppressive atmosphere was thick and suffocating, the branches quivering as the moonlight attempted to seep through the interlocked thicket, casting ghostly glimmers on their path. Each step felt precarious, as though the ground beneath them was in a state of constant flux, reflecting their inner turmoil as they faced both the maze and their own insecurities. With a sudden lurch, the walls of thorns closed tighter, pushing them toward the center of the labyrinth where shadows pooled like ink. Callista stumbled, her heart racing as the atmosphere seemed to pulse with anxiety. "Adonis," she called, panic creeping into her voice, her fingers brushing against the spiked vines that snagged at her clothing. The pressure surrounding them felt unbearable, as if the maze fed off their fear, tightening its grip like a vice. "Focus on the path," Adonis urged, his voice low and calm despite the rising tension. He shifted, maneuvering his walking stick with practiced grace, guiding them forward even as the thorns hissed with irritation.
But the shifting landscape mirrored their doubts, the labyrinth almost taunting them as they fought against the twisting branches that sought to ensnare them.
Callista grasped his sleeve tightly, a wave of frustration surging within her.
"I can't," she admitted, vulnerability spilling over. "What if we can't find our way out?"
The words tasted bitter, each syllable underscoring the weight of her insecurities, pressing down on her like the oppressive darkness. Adonis halted, his azure gaze meeting hers with a fierce intensity that set her heart aflame.
"You are stronger than you think," he said earnestly, his voice unwavering. "And together we can break these chains."
The moment hung between them, alive with possibility. As moonlight broke through the branches overhead, casting stark shadows on the ground, Callista felt a flicker of hope ignite in her chest. "Together," she repeated, drawing on the essence of their shared strength. In that instant of clarity, the maze seemed to breathe a little easier, its oppressive nature slightly abated. A path appeared through the narrowing corridor, where the branches bowed away, as though acknowledging their determination. Callista took a deep breath, grounding herself as they moved forward, her hand still clasped around Adonis's sleeve.
Yet, the challenge of the labyrinth remained.
As they continued through the narrowing corridor, the thorns responded to their resolute approach, rippling and shifting ominously, drawing closer as if to reassert their dominance. Callista felt the brush of a thorn prick her arm, pain flickering through her consciousness, yet instead of retreating, a fire lit within her.
"Let's push through," she declared, the clarity of her resolve cutting through her earlier doubts.
Adonis's grip on his walking stick tightened, a nod of understanding passing between them as they prepared to confront the final challenge. Standing back to back, they faced the onslaught of bristling thorns together.
"On three," he suggested, a plan taking shape between them like an unspoken agreement.
"On three," she echoed, feeling the bond of their resolve fuse them into a single entity. The weight of the moment settled heavily upon them, yet the flicker of moonlight illuminated their path forward.
1, 2, 3.
Together they lunged forward, a force of will and determination that momentarily stilled the aggressive tendrils of the labyrinth. With a sharp inhale, Callista squeezed her eyes shut, the scent of damp earth filling her lungs as they fought against the embracing thorns pushing through with all their might. The air crackled with an electric charge as they pressed forward, the thorns tearing at their clothes, sharp pain igniting their senses. Yet every sting propelled them forward, reminding them of their resilience in the face of despair. They could feel the maze retaliate, branches twisting like furious serpents trying to ensnare their ankles, yet their focus remained unwavering. With each powerful push, they drew closer to freedom.
"We're almost there,"
Adonis shouted, his voice cutting through the tumult of rustling leaves and snapping branches. Just when they felt the tension might overwhelm them, a soft illumination broke through, bathing them in a gentle glow that marked the boundary of their escape. As they burst through the thicket, emerging into a clearing that lay beyond the grips of the labyrinth, they stumbled forward, breathless and spent. The labyrinth fell silent behind them, the once menacing thorns retreating, as if defeated by the strength of their unity. Gasping for air, Callista turned to Adonis, their eyes meeting in a mix of disbelief and exhilaration. "We did it!" she exclaimed, laughter bubbling up within her, a pure response to the fear that had weighed heavily just moments before. Adonis, though still catching his breath, allowed a smile to break through his usually composed demeanor. "Indeed, we have," he agreed, the warmth of camaraderie blooming between them as they reflected on the journey they had shared. As the moonlight embraced them, illuminating their path forward, Callista felt the promise of new beginnings flutter within her chest. The shadows of the maze had forged them into something stronger, and together, they would face whatever trials awaited them next. In the heart of the labyrinth, they had confronted their fears and emerged renewed, bound by their shared struggles, stronger together in the face of uncertainty. And in that fleeting moment of triumph, they knew that the journey ahead would still hold challenges, but they would meet them hand in hand, ready to reclaim their destinies in a world that had once sought to hold them captive. Chapter 14, Medea's Gambit. The clearing held a stillness, the ancient tree at its center a silent sentinel beneath the canopy, its gnarled roots sprawling like fingers toward the ground. Callista and Adonis stood before it, hearts heavy with an unspoken connection, a quiet strength pulsing between them. The sun's dappled light danced through the leaves, but an unsettling shadow lurked in the distance, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something darker to awaken. Suddenly, a chilling ripple echoed through the air, and the tranquil setting warped around them, consumed by a darkness that seemed to twist and coil like a serpent. Callista shivered, her green eyes widening as she felt the surge of energy. Medea's magic had returned, and with it, the weight of her unresolved anger. Shadows flickered at the edges of her vision, growing heavier, thickening into a tangible force that dragged at her spirit. Adonis too sensed the change, his blue eyes narrowing with a mix of defiance and concern. He felt a pull, like an invisible thread urging him toward an unseen danger.
"We must," he began, but his voice was swallowed by the intensity of the enchantment flooding the clearing. As the dark magic swirled around them, Callista gasped. Shapes began to emerge from the shadows, distorting and shifting until they crystallized into haunting figures. The stern visage of her stepmother, Lydia, materialized, her steel-gray eyes narrowing in a glare that felt as sharp as ice. Beside her loomed Finnegan, an imposing presence wrapped in his perfectly tailored suit, a condescending smile curving his lips.
Callista, you've always been so useless, Lydia's voice dripped with mockery, echoing in the hollow of the clearing, sending tremors through Callista's legs. Each word twisted like a knife in her gut, and she instinctively raised her hands to cover her face, the shame of their derision seeping into her bones. The sharp angles of Finnegan's face twisted into a sneer, his tones suffused with the authority he wielded in her life.
You'll never escape your place.
No, she shouted, her voice reverberating against the trees, defiance boiling up from the core of her being. But as she spoke, the visions pressed in tighter, the specters pulling at her resolve, blurring the lines between what was real and what was conjured from Medea's bitter heart. At her side, Adonis battled his own tempest, the spectral images crashing around him like waves. He saw remnants of a royal court, a place filled with shimmering banners, the clink of polished armor, and murmured nobility he barely remembered but felt in his bones. Flashes of laughter rang in his ears, the weight of familiarity mingling with the cold grasp of longing. It hurt, a sharp pang that settled like stone within him.
Callista,
Adonis called, reaching out through the fog of memories that spun around them. His determination to save her burned bright, but shadows clawed at him, tugging him away from their shared reality.
Stand by me.
Adonis, we need to fight this, she cried, her hands trembling as she grasped the bark of the tree, grounding herself as the echoes of her past assailed her. She felt his presence beside her, steady, resolute. The two of them held on to each other, fierce resolve battling against the phantoms that enveloped them.
But with each moment, the pressure from Medea's sorcery intensified, pushing them backward into a swirl of chaos.
Adonis squeezed her arm, and she nodded, bolstered by the strength of their connection, desperate to push through the treachery of falsehood. Focus, he urged, voice barely a whisper amidst the cacophony of trickery that enveloped them.
This isn't real. We can't let it consume us.
Yet the images clung tighter, each step feeling heavier, as if the forest itself conspired against their escape. The mocking laughter of Lydia and the imperious command of Finnegan rang relentlessly in their ears, thick and insidious, weighing them down. Just as hope flickered like a candle in the dark, Medea's magic surged anew, and their efforts stuttered to a halt. Caught in a moment of suspended resistance, they stood together beneath the twisting shadows, defiance bubbling beneath the surface, ready to fight against the inevitable, even as darkness conspired around them. The air thickened around them, the enchantment swirling like a tempest of shadows, turning the clearing into a chaotic battleground. Callista struggled to steady her breath, each inhalation laden with the weight of the spectral images pressing against her. She felt the fabric of reality twist, her world warping under the insistent magic of the forest witch, and amidst the turmoil she grasped the tree's bark tightly, a steadfast anchor against the swirling storm. Illusions ignited, dancing wildly as the forest's enchantment deepened, casting flickering lights against the darkened canopy overhead. Laughter erupted from the shadows, low and mocking, as the features of her stepmother twisted into exaggerated glee, Lydia's voice ringing out, "You think you can ever be free of this? You'll always be beneath us, always our servant."
Each word pricked at Callista's heart, vivid in its cruelty. "Shut up," she cried, her voice rising, defiance bleeding into desperation. Her hands clenched into fists, grounding herself, drawing strength from the earth beneath her.
The forest quivered, every tree and leaf conspiring with Medea to shatter her resolve. Beside her, Adonis felt the oppressive weight of regal memories washing over him, shimmering banners and courtly garb swirling into focus. The opulence taunted him, beckoning with the lure of a life he once knew but had since lost. "Do not forget your duty," his past reverberated through the shadows, the voices of long-ago companions echoing in his mind, their expectations weighing heavily on his heart.
Adonis.
Callista's voice cut through his fog of memories, her hand tightening on his arm.
We can't let them control us.
He nodded, a flame igniting within him as her determination reached through the miasma of illusions. Together, he affirmed, clenching his jaw against the pulse of the magic, attempting to ensnare them. Drawing on her strength, he took a step forward, fighting against the pull of memories, pushing past the regal facade that threatened to consume him.
We are not defined by them.
With each stride, the mocking images seemed to waver, struggling to retain their hold. Callista, feeling Adonis's strength, pressed forward, finding clarity within the chaos. She inhaled deeply, picturing her father's encouraging smile, igniting a fire within her spirit.
I am not your puppet, Medea, she shouted, her voice cutting through the illusory haze.
The shadows flickered, shadows teetering on the edge as both stood firm against the tempest. They could feel the energy between them, electric, sparking to life with each declaration of their resistance, their hands intertwining as they confronted the darkness. Believe, Adonis urged, his voice rising to meet the chaotic whirlwind.
We have power, we have each other.
That is our truth. His words swirled around them, a powerful mantra against the clamor of haunting figures. In that moment, the bond between them crystallized, tangible and undeniable. They pushed against the very fabric of Medea's magic, ready to break free from the swirling chaos. As the illusions intensified, drawing closer like tendrils of smoke, Callista and Adonis summoned every ounce of their shared strength.
We will not bow, they declared in unison, and as the words echoed through the clearing, the shadows shuddered.
A brilliant flash lit the grove, and a surge of light burst forth from their entwined hands. With that spark, the illusions began to peel away, flickering like candles caught in a gust of wind. Callista could feel the weight lift slightly, the mocking voices began to fade as the clearing pulsed with renewed vigor. They fought against the magic, driving through the thickened air, determined to forge a path out of the dark. Just as the darkness seemed to relent, one final wave of sorcery crashed down, desperate to reclaim its hold over them. They felt their feet slow, magic pulling them back into the maw of the enchanted forest, but neither dared let go. With sheer will they clenched each other's hands tighter, prepared to face whatever came next. In that electrifying moment of defiance, they pushed against the encroaching shadows, united against Medea's relentless power. The battle was far from over, but they stood together at the precipice of their shared determination, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited beyond. Chapter 15: Unraveling the Curse. As the final veil of Medea's illusions slipped away, Callista and Adonis stepped into a breathtaking clearing, where an immense tree dominated the landscape. Its gnarled trunk towered above them, ancient rings carved into the wood spoke of centuries long past, while ethereal motes floated lazily in the soft, dappled light. They paused at its base, their hearts thrumming in quiet anticipation, each yearning for answers that seemed to echo from the very roots of the earth beneath them. The air felt different here, charged with a tangible magic that made the tiny hairs on Callista's arms stand on end. A gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the faint rustle of leaves that whispered secrets only the forest knew. The moss-covered bark of the tree beckoned to her, rough yet inviting. She stepped closer, fingertips grazing the weathered surface, feeling the grooves and hollows carved by time.
This tree holds more than the memories of the forest, Adonis remarked, his voice steady and thoughtful as he stood beside her.
He surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor, yet the intensity in his piercing blue eyes revealed the depth of his reflections. There was a softness in his tone that belied the weight of the world he carried, both as a prince and a man ensnared in a spell beyond his understanding. Callista nodded, feeling an unexpected sense of belonging within the ancient shadows. It was a strange thought. Here, in this enchanted clearing, she was reminded of her father's warmth, the lessons he had shared with her as they wandered beneath the sprawling branches of far less magnificent trees. A flicker of sadness crossed her heart, yet it was chased away by the shimmering beauty surrounding them. In this moment, the forest's magic felt like an embrace, coaxing forth memories and whispers of hope. She clutched the silver locket at her neck, the smooth metal cool against her palm, a talisman that held echoes of her father's love. It had led her to this place, a connection not only to her past, but to the mysterious power coursing through the ancient roots of the tree before them. As her fingers brushed over the locket's intricate design, she felt a spark of resolve ignite within her. She would unravel whatever secrets lay ahead. Adonis mirrored her motion, allowing his fingers to drift along the trunk, as if drawing strength from the very essence of the tree. The silence between them spoke volumes, punctuated only by the gentle sounds of nature, alive with possibility. Adonis's brows knitted slightly, as he seemed to lose himself in thought before breaking the stillness again. Perhaps it stands as a guardian, he mused softly, his voice laced with an elegance that suggested the echoes of a long-forgotten era. A monument to the choices made in ages past. The echoes of sacrifices, unfulfilled promises. He paused, glancing back at Callista.
It may very well hold the key to your father's legacy.
Her heart quickened at the mention of her father's legacy. It felt as though the air thickened with anticipation, the reality of their quest heavy yet exhilarating.
And how do we unlock it? She asked, her voice steady, clinging to the belief that something more awaited them here.
Adonis shook his head slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features.
I do not know yet.
But if we are to uncover the truth behind your locket, we must be willing to delve deeper into what lies beneath the surface. His gaze returned to the great tree, seeming to catch glimpses of revelations unspoken. Together they stood resolute, each embracing the challenge ahead. The wind shifted, carrying with it the rich, earthy scents of the forest, the sweet perfume of moss mingled with the crisp fragrance of fallen leaves. For a moment Callista closed her eyes, allowing the sensations to wash over her like waves. In this clearing, where magic pulsed with the rhythm of time, she felt something stir deep within her, a determination that entwined with her spirit, urging her to press on.
Together then?
Adonis asked, breaking her reverie, his voice wrapping around her like a promise. She opened her eyes to meet his, seeing in them a reflection of her own resolve. Together, she affirmed, a quiet strength building in her chest. The ancient tree loomed above them, its bark like a journal chronicling the world's secrets, and they were prepared to listen. A hush fell around them, a moment suspended in time, each heartbeat reverberating with a shared purpose that echoed through the leaves. A journey of discovery lay ahead. Determined, Callista pressed her palm against the rough bark, and Adonis followed suit. They exchanged knowing glances, both bracing themselves for what would come next. Whatever secrets the tree concealed, they felt ready to unlock the magic woven into the very fabric of the forest, a legacy waiting to be reclaimed. Nestled beneath the expansive branches of the ancient tree, Callista and Adonis huddled close, the air around them thick with expectation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns of shadow and light that danced across their skin. With reverent hands they pried open the silver locket, revealing cryptic symbols and a faded inscription that shimmered in the dappled light, a testament to the intertwining fates that had led them here, to this pivotal moment in their journey. Callista's breath caught in her throat, as she gazed down at the locket's intricate designs. Each swirl and curve felt imbued with a life of its own, whispering secrets from the depths of history. She traced a delicate finger over one of the symbols, feeling its cool surface, and the familiar rush of energy that surged through her, a connection, an echo of the magic her father had taught her to recognize. "Look at this," she murmured, excitement bubbling beneath the surface, her green eyes sparkling with discovery.
"These designs, they remind me of the stories my father used to tell. They hold meaning, I can feel it."
Adonis leaned closer, their shoulders almost touching. The heat from his body radiated warmth, mixing with the coolness of the shade around them.
"Perhaps they are more than mere decoration," he replied, his tone laced with the seriousness of their undertaking.
He scanned the inscription, squinting slightly as the light played tricks on his eyes. "A willing sacrifice holds the key, one soul to guard the boundary." His voice fell to a whisper, as though speaking the words too loudly might summon something dark. The words hung in the air, heavy with implications, and Callista felt a chill run down her spine.
Her heart raced as she absorbed the weight of what he had just said.
A willing sacrifice. It resonated within her, tugging at the memories of her father's teachings, a cautionary tale threaded with loss and love.
"What does it mean, Adonis?" she asked, a knot forming in her stomach as she turned to face him. "What must we sacrifice? I can't imagine. Not now, after all we've fought for."
The prince's expression darkened, his blue eyes reflecting a mixture of worry and determination.
"I wish I could offer clarity, but I fear the nature of such a sacrifice may be deeper than we are ready to understand. Yet, there is a chance it could secure our futures, create a bridge between our world and whatever lies beyond. Is it worth it?"
Her voice trembled slightly, uncertainty creeping in as she searched his face for answers.
"If it means losing someone, how can we justify it?"
In that moment, silence enveloped them, thick and charged. The whispering leaves above seemed to echo her sentiments, as if the forest itself pondered the answer. Callista felt her resolve wavering, grappling with the enormity of the choice laid before them. Adonis placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, grounding her amidst the storm of her thoughts.
"A true guardian makes sacrifices not solely for themselves, but for the greater good.
If this is the key to protecting your world, our world, then perhaps we must face it together." His voice was calm, but the intensity of his gaze conveyed a passion that resonated deep within her heart. Tears prickled at the corners of her eyes as a rush of emotions surged within her, love, grief, courage. Callista recognized the truth in his words. Her father would have wanted her to stand strong, to protect those she loved. The fleeting images of his warm smile spurred her resolve, pulling her away from despair and toward the light of hope. Together they studied the symbols and inscription again, their minds racing to make connections.
"What if this boundary we're guarding is more than just a physical one?"
Callista offered, feeling her heart beat in sync with the rhythm of the forest.
"What if it's about protecting the balance between realms?
About the love my father had for this world?" Adonis nodded thoughtfully, captivated by her insight. Indeed, love is the most powerful form of magic. Perhaps the sacrifice it calls for is not merely of flesh and blood, but something deeper, a commitment to protect the balance.
"I can't back away from this, Adonis."
She lifted her chin, feeling the strength within her grow, fueled by a combination of fear and courage.
"This is about more than just me now. It's about my father's legacy, about the magic he believed in. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure it remains intact."
With a shared glance, a pact unspoken passed between them. They both understood that the path ahead would not be easy, but in this moment, surrounded by the wisdom of the ancient tree and the pulse of magic, they felt emboldened. The sun began to dip low on the horizon, its last rays filtering through the branches, casting an enchanting glow over the clearing. The gentle sway of the leaves whispered tales of ancient promises, a reminder that the world held more magic than they could fathom. Yet, within that magic was also a choice, a path forged by their willingness to take risks for love and truth.
"Then together, we shall face whatever lies ahead," Adonis declared, his voice filled with unyielding determination.
Callista felt the weight of his words settle in her heart, intertwining with her resolve. Hand in hand, they stood on the threshold of their destiny, ready to step into the unknown. With the locket cradled between them and the tree towering overhead, Callista and Adonis felt the intricate threads of fate weave around them, a tapestry of courage, hope, and the enduring legacy of love that would guide their way forward. Chapter 16: The Price of Freedom. In the heart of the shifting forest, sunlight dappled the moss-covered ground, creating a beautiful blend of greens and browns, where two figures stood entrenched in a fervent debate. Callista Rain, with her auburn hair cascading like wild waves, faced Adonis Everheart, whose intense blue gaze held the weight of centuries. Here the air crackled with tension, a backdrop to their struggle over sacrifice, the fate of the forest hanging precariously in the balance. Callista's heart raced as she recalled her father's wise words, echoing in her mind like a protective mantra. Her slender hands, usually delicate and gentle, clenched around a stray lock of hair, betraying the urgency of her thoughts. "Adonis," she began, her voice steady yet tinged with emotion, "my bond with this forest, forged by the love and guidance of my father, gives me the right to decide.
The curse is not just a burden, it's a legacy."
The shadows of the gnarled trees danced around them, listening intently as Adonis shifted his stance, the slight tension in his athletic build evident as he met her determined gaze. "I have endured centuries of half-existence. This burden should count for my choice," he asserted, his voice resonant, every word a testament to the sacrifices he had made. As he spoke, the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them standing amidst the whispers of the woods. With each exchange, their voices rose and fell like the gentle sway of the branches above. Callista, inspired by her father's memory, articulated her thoughts with clarity, her words painted against the backdrop of the rustling leaves.
"Adonis, it's not merely about choosing a life or death, it's about hope, about trust.
This forest has sheltered us. It deserves our respect and willingness to fight." Adonis paused, his blue eyes reflecting an inner conflict, flickering like a flame about to extinguish.
"And what of your life, Callista?
This decision weighs heavily upon you. You are so young, yet you bear this weight as if you were the forest's very own heart." His posture stiffened, a noble tension rippling through his form, suggesting vulnerability that clashed against his natural elegance. Their words reverberated among the gnarled trunks surrounding them, the forest embracing their passions with silent witness. As Callista replied, a rush of emotions surged through her, uncoiling like tendrils of ivy.
"And what about you?
You wear your past like an anchor, Adonis. I may not have lived for centuries, but my father instilled in me resilience, something neither of us can abandon now." At this, Adonis stepped closer, the space between them charged with unspoken understanding and fierce defiance.
"You must recognize," he continued, his tone softening, "that every breath we take is a stitch in the tapestry of fate.
Sacrifice binds us, but choosing to lay down your life for this cause may be misguided." Callista caught the flash of determination within his eyes, a rare glimpse beneath the surface of his stoic exterior. Her breath caught as the gazes locked. These were not mere arguments, but revelations wrought from their intertwined destinies. In that brief moment they shared a connection deeper than the forest floor, their fears and hopes laid bare amidst the wild echoes of the trees. In response, she straightened her shoulders, summoning the quiet strength instilled by her father's lessons. "And you would have me stand idly by, watching you suffer the consequences of a curse that is ours to bear together.
That is not the legacy I was raised to uphold."
Her voice resonated with firm conviction, each word underscored by an invisible force that only a daughter of the forest could muster. A profound silence fell over the clearing as they absorbed each other's words, the weight of their decisions heavy, like the humid air before a storm.
It felt as though the forest itself held its breath, pausing to consider the gravity of their dilemma.
Callista's hand tightened on her hair, a fierce determination sharpening her features as she fought to articulate the thoughts swirling in her mind.
Adonis, the forest has brought us together for a reason.
It requires a sacrifice, yes, but not a sacrifice that leads to despair. We can break this curse and still honor those we hold dear. The sun dipped behind the clouds, the shifting light casting a golden hue upon her auburn waves. Adonis's expression softened, an internal battle raging within him.
You are the heart of this forest, Callista, and I.
He faltered, his words trailing off into the wild.
I wish to protect you, even if it means carrying the burden alone.
The gentle depth of his voice cradled his confession, like the forest cradled its secrets.
No.
Callista's protest burst forth with raw honesty, cutting through the dense foliage.
You have suffered enough.
I will not allow your sacrifice to be dismissed as unworthy. The declaration hung between them like a taut string, ready to snap. With a sudden intensity, Adonis took a step toward her, his presence drawing her in.
Then let us decide together, Callista.
We are bound by more than this curse, we share the burdens of our pasts.
Our destinies are intertwined.
The world around them, lush and vibrant, responded to their emotions. The rustle of leaves mimicked their turmoil, the wind whispering in support of the burgeoning resolve that neither had expected to find in one another. As their debate reached its fevered pitch, the forest began to shift subtly, sensing the raw energy surging within their souls. Amidst this tumult, Callista's mind raced with thoughts of the people they were fighting for, their pasts, their futures, their bonds. In her heart, she knew that a choice had to be made, a course determined by courage and unity. Their eyes locked once more, lingering for a heartbeat too long, and in that moment, their tension transformed, an invisible thread connecting them even tighter. Neither had expected this understanding to surface amid their conflicting desires, but there it was, as real as the earthy scent of damp soil beneath their feet. As the forest held its breath, ready for the next heartbeat of their fateful dance, they stood, two warriors at the edge of destiny, defiantly demanding to be heard in a world that sought to silence them. Just as the tension between Callista and Adonis reached a peak, a shift in the air prompted the foliage to rustle, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Suddenly, the swirling mists at the forest's edge coalesced into the formidable figure of Medea Thornwood, who strode into the clearing with a deliberate, commanding presence that cast an ominous pall over the moment. The two figures in the clearing fell silent, their eyes snapping toward the unexpected apparition. Medea's steel-gray hair danced as if infused with its own magic, and her sharp, angular features carved from bitterness illuminated with an intensity that unsettled them. The very atmosphere thickened with her arrival, charged with an energy that hinted at both ancient power and deep-seated pain.
Your heart, pure as it is, must be the sacrifice, she intoned, her voice melodic yet laden with an undercurrent of threat, sending shivers down Callista's spine.
It was as if the very air obeyed her will, warping the forest's ethereal calm into something darker. Stunned, Callista's hands fell from their defensive posture, heart pounding against her ribcage, while Adonis stepped protectively closer, an instinctive move meant to shield her.
Medea, what do you mean?
Adonis asked, his tone filled with quiet urgency.
You cannot ask this of her.
The forest around them vibrated with the abrupt shift in dynamics, shadows darkening as if aligning with the sorceress's powerful presence. Callista felt a storm brewing within her, a vortex of confusion, fear, and a resolute determination not to yield. "Do you dare to question my intentions?" Medea replied, her gaze flickering like a flame as she turned to him.
"The choice is not yours to make.
She is entwined with this forest's fate. It is not merely an option but a necessity." With every word, the gnarled trees around them seemed to lean closer, eager to overhear the ensuing confrontation. Adonis's jaw tightened, his athletic build poised and ready for whatever challenge might arise.
"But sacrifice does not have to come at the cost of her life."
"We can find another way," he insisted, determination lacing his gentle tone.
"There must be alternatives beyond her suffering."
Callista's heart ached with every moment that passed, torn between the weight of Medea's words and the defiance bubbling within her.
"You don't understand," she burst out, trying to grasp the tendrils of emotion threading through her words.
"You expect me to willingly bear the brunt of this curse, simply because I have a bond with this forest?"
"It's not that simple."
With a flick of her wrist, Medea summoned the energy of the forest, intertwining her words with an urgency that seemed to permeate the air.
"You are mistaken, girl.
Your heart must be offered willingly. It is the only means to break the curse that binds us all." The way she spoke felt like a spell, a command that both thrilled and frightened Callista. In that moment, all thoughts of argument faded away, as the reality of Medea's proclamation washed over them. Callista's breath hitched, and she looked at Adonis, searching his blue eyes for answers, for comfort, for strength.
"Adonis, what do we do?"
The world around them hummed with anticipation, the forest echoing the echoes of their conflict. "Together," he said quietly yet resolutely, his protective nature igniting a fierce resolve.
"We will face this, Callista.
Whatever it takes, we will not allow this forest's dark history to dictate our fate." Callista nodded, a flicker of hope igniting within her chest despite Medea's looming presence.
"Then I refuse to accept that there are no other ways."
"I will not sacrifice my life, not when I still have so much to fight for." She stood taller, her slender figure embodying a mixture of vulnerability and fierce independence, as she turned her focus back to Medea, undeterred.
"You would defy fate."
Medea's voice became low and venomous, her eyes shifting shades, a warning etched into her features.
"You presume to challenge the fabric of the forest, to assert your will against ancient magic."
"In the name of love and hope, yes," Callista said, every syllable laced with courage. "My father taught me that sacrifice is only noble when it serves a purpose beyond despair."
"This cannot be our only path."
The tension hung heavily in the air as the forest remained silent, shadows deepening, holding their breath as Callista's defiance coursed through her. Adonis's expression turned thoughtful, as he glanced between Callista and the formidable sorceress. "If her heart is to be offered, it must be by her choice," Adonis declared, stepping forward as if he could physically shield Callista from the weight of Medea's curse.
"We cannot allow you to dictate her fate. She is not a pawn in your game of power."
Medea narrowed her eyes, the shifting hues reflecting an undercurrent of her tumultuous emotions. "Beware, young prince, your gallant heart may lead you astray. The forest knows all, and it will not suffer your defiance lightly." Her words danced in the air, palpable and filled with menace, each phrase echoing like a whispered threat against the trees. With a resolute nod, Callista took a step forward.
"Then, let us work together, Medea.
Show us how we can reverse the curse without sacrificing my life, and perhaps in return we can restore your magic to its former glory." As the silence of the forest enveloped them, her daring offer resonated deeply in the space between them, bridging the gap of fear that had grown so vast. Callista's heart raced, no longer a victim but a participant in the unfolding narrative of the forest's fate. Medea hesitated, her eyes swirling with complexity, revealing a flicker of the powerful sorceress she had once been, a time before bitterness had taken root.
But just as the shadows dimmed, the ancient weight of sorrow appeared to pull her back, constricting the potential connection that lay tantalizingly within reach. "What you propose, girl, is perilous," Medea warned, her voice softening but remaining ominously sweet. "There are truths within this forest you cannot yet comprehend. The heart's sacrifice, though steep, may lead to revelations that twist destinies."
Adonis took a breath, sensing the burgeoning bond between Callista and the witch, hoping it would be the lifeline they needed. "We are willing to explore all avenues, to face the darkness that may arise. The sacrifice does not belong to just one.
It must be a shared journey, a sacrifice of us all."
The atmosphere hung thick with expectation, each heartbeat synchronizing with the pulse of the forest around them. Callista reached for Adonis's hand, their fingers brushing together with an electric charge, solidarity blossoming from shared resolve. Medea regarded them, the cogs of her mind visibly turning, the anguish and defiance colliding within her like storm clouds gathering on the horizon.
"Then consider this, there may be hope yet. But do not think that the path ahead will be easy.
Each choice you make will ripple through time, echoing beyond what you can foresee." As the finality of her words lingered, the forest's breath resumed steady and watchful. Callista and Adonis stood together, emboldened and ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead, fortified by their shared purpose against the weight of the ancient curse. The shifting forest seemed to mirror their determination, intertwining their fates as they prepared to navigate the dark unknown that awaited them. Chapter 17, Hearts Divided. In the darkened clearing near the ancient tree, a tension crackled in the air, a silent warning that resonated with the very heartbeat of the forest. Callista Rain's breath hitched in her throat as the shadows twisted around her, shrouding her in an unsettling chill. She could feel the magic sparking at the edges of the clearing, a chaotic energy that heralded danger, yet within that swirl of apprehension, there was the quiet steadiness of Adonis Everheart, poised and unwavering, his piercing blue eyes fixed on the source of impending doom. Suddenly, a surge of energy swept through the space, like a storm unleashed. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as dark tendrils of magic coiled into the air, driven by Medea Thornwood's vicious incantation. Callista's heart raced. The once familiar forest now twisted into a labyrinth of uncertainty, shadows pulsating with malevolence. She instinctively took a step back, dread pooling in her gut, but the feeling of vulnerability only sharpened her senses.
"Callista, move."
Adonis's voice sliced through the turmoil, firm and unwavering. He sprang into action, powerful and graceful, like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, yet somehow able to navigate the chaos. Callista blinked, surprise giving way to panic as she saw the debris whirl dangerously in their direction, a storm of branches and dark energy spiraling towards her. Before she could comprehend, Adonis was there, his athletic form thrusting forward, a blur of movement and determination.
"Run," he urged, his tone laden with an authority that sent shivers through her.
He was a guardian amidst the chaos, positioning himself between her and the encroaching danger. His bravery, as tangible as the sharp air, ignited a fierce sense of admiration within her, but fear quickly overshadowed that warmth.
"Medea!"
Adonis shouted, channeling the very essence of strength, as he faced the woman whose heart had been twisted into a weapon. Callista could see the fury swirling in Medea's eyes, dark magic gathering in her outstretched palms, like the threatening storm clouds above them. The witch's voice sang with malice, wrapping around them, drawing the forest into her wicked cadence. The spell was powerful, Callista could feel its resonance deep within her bones, each word sending tremors through her very being. Her mind raced, adrenaline flooding her senses as she struggled to find her feet. But it was Adonis who remained a beacon of light in the darkness, standing resolutely in the eye of the storm. With a brilliant flash, magic exploded from Medea's fingertips, erupting like a supernova of chaos. Debris and power intertwined, the air thickening with the remnants of lost hopes and cursed desires. Callista squeezed her eyes shut, instinctively shielding herself from the impending devastation. Yet, in that instant, she felt Adonis's presence wane, almost as if he were pulling away from the moment, as if time itself held its breath. Then she heard it, the piercing sound of nature protesting, as Adonis unleashed the culmination of his bravery. The rough bark of the ancient tree beckoned to him, whispering secrets of endurance and resilience. As if entranced, Adonis stepped forward, allowing the magic to consume him, merging with the gnarled texture of the old tree.
No.
Adonis! The shout tore from her throat, raw and desperate, as she watched helplessly. His form shimmered like a fading star as he became part of the forest, merging his very essence with the ancient bark that had witnessed centuries of life. The scene unfolded in slow motion, arms encased in mossy tendrils, skin blending seamlessly with the roughened wood. Silver sparks danced around him, illuminating the dark with flashes of hope, while the forest whispered his name, a prayer caught in the wind. Medea's sneer deepened, triumph painted across her angular features, convinced of her victory. In her mind, she had finally vanquished the last remnant of defiance from her cursed past. The rustling leaves above bore witness to the unfolding drama, the ancient tree now transformed, a living testament to Adonis's sacrifice, yet heavy with the weight of his absence. As the last echoes of Adonis's form melted into the bark, the forest held its breath, the previously fierce energy dissipating into a heavy stillness. Callista felt time slow, each second stretching into an eternity as her heart shattered in silence. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, trembling at her sides as she stood frozen behind a cluster of underbrush, eyes wide with disbelief at the surreal merging of the young man who had once held her heart. The quiet that followed bore the weight of her stifled gasps, a poignant melody of loss hanging in the air. She glimpsed the final shimmer of silver fading into the bark, the magic slipping away like sand through her fingers, leaving nothing but echoes of what had been. A shudder coursed through her as despair took root in her chest, clawing at her hope with jagged edges. As the forest whispered around her, her posture collapsed, weighed down by the anguish of an unanticipated sorrow. She took a hesitant step forward, her heart aching at the remnants of what was. The bond they had shared, now intertwined with the harsh reality of the forest's relentless demands, pulsed in her chest like a drum. Adonis was gone, lost within the ancient tree that had consumed him, and all that remained were the fragments of her unspoken love, echoing through the hollowed silence. The silence that followed the chaos enveloped Callista like a suffocating shroud, heavy and unyielding in its weight. She stood amidst the remnants of conflict, her heart still racing, but the violent storm had faded, leaving only the quiet whispers of the forest, the gentle rustle of leaves above and the soft sighing of the trees. Her eyes drifted toward the ancient tree, now imbued with an ethereal glow, a solemn witness to the sacrifice made moments ago. In that stillness, Callista could hardly breathe. The world felt surreal, as if she had slipped into a dream where vibrant colors had dulled into shades of gray. Her gaze swept over the clearing, taking in the chaos of shattered branches and scattered debris, remnants of the fierce battle that had erupted just moments earlier. Yet now a fragile peace settled like a veil, draping the surroundings in an eerie tranquility that only amplified her sense of loss. With each inhalation, the familiar scent of pine and earth drifted through the air, a reminder of the life that pulsed within the forest, a life now stained with tragedy. Callista's heart ached, throbbing with a hollow emptiness that left her gasping for clarity. She clutched her hands tightly, digging her nails into her palms, an effort to ground herself against the tide of grief that threatened to pull her under.
As she stood there, isolated within her despair, the beauty of the forest contrasted sharply with her pain.
Sunlight filtered through the emerald leaves above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor like scattered jewels. Callista could hear the gentle babbling of a nearby brook, the music of nature's heartbeat, yet it felt distant, an echo of joy that could never touch her heart again. "Adonis," she whispered, the name escaping her lips like a prayer, trembling and soft. Memories flared in her mind, his laughter, bright and melodic, filling the spaces between them, the way he looked at her as if she held the entire world within her heart.
But those moments felt like illusions now, glittering fragments that dissolved with each beat of her heart.
Her thoughts spiraled into an intricate dance of remembrance, tiny pieces of laughter shared under the starlit sky, their fingers brushing together like the whisper of wind through leaves. Each recollection wrapped around her tightly, holding her within the warmth of what once was, while the sharpness of reality gnawed at the edges of her heart. Adonis had been her compass, her guide through the shadowy depths of the enchanted forest, and now he was but a haunting memory trapped within the ancient bark of a tree that had claimed him. A spark ignited deep within her chest, a stubborn flame fueled by love and loss. "I will not forget you," she vowed, her voice stronger, resonating with a determination she had not known she possessed. With each pulse of grief, a new resolve took shape, firm and unwavering. She straightened, trembling but resolute, her heart now an amalgamation of sadness and fierce determination. It was in that moment of clarity that the realization washed over her: she could not allow Medea to win, to wield the power of heartbreak like a weapon against her. The forest around her may have thrived in its enchanting stillness, but Callista felt the whispers, an ancient call urging her to seek answers, to confront the bitter sorceress who had twisted fate with her cruel hands. With hesitant steps, she began to move forward, weaving through the underbrush that had once offered safety. As she made her way deeper into the heart of the forest, each footfall brought with it a ripple of energy that surged through her veins. The leaves rustled overhead, almost as if they were urging her on, pushing her toward whatever lay ahead. Callista paused briefly, her heart thundering against her ribcage, before taking a deep breath filled with determination. She would not let fear dictate her path. She had experienced loss far beyond her years, but now it was time to channel that sorrow into strength. "Adonis," she murmured, summoning his spirit to guide her. In the stillness of the clearing, she felt his presence flicker, encouragement blossoming within her soul. It fueled her resolve, igniting the warmth of memories forged in love and connection. With a newfound determination, Callista stepped into the uncharted depths of the forest, ready to confront the dark fate that awaited her. The leaves whispered secrets as she ventured onward, their murmurs a promise that even amidst loss, strength could bloom anew. She was ready to fight back, for love would not be extinguished so easily. Not while she still had breath in her lungs, and not while Adonis lived within her heart. Chapter 18: The Darkest Hour. The clearing lay in chaos, an explosion of tangled roots and shadowy foliage converging beneath the ancient tree, its gnarled form a towering testament to time's cruel passage. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and musty decay, setting a stage ripe with unease. Callista burst into this turmoil, her heart thudding wildly in her chest, and as she pushed through the choking vines, the sight that awaited her sent a jolt of terror through her veins. Adonis, her friend, her ally, and something deeper, was partially merged with the tree, his form dissolving into the very bark that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. His striking blue eyes shimmered with desperation, fading like the light of a dying star. Panic surged through Callista, her breath coming in shallow bursts as she scrambled over the twisted roots, her hands brushing against the rough, cold surface of the ancient wood. "Adonis, hold on," she shouted, her voice cracking against the weight of despair. Every step felt like wading through molasses, each movement steeped in urgency as she fought to keep the tears at bay. Memories of laughter and shared secrets flooded her mind, igniting a flicker of hope even amidst the turmoil.
She had to save him. There must be a way.
As she knelt beside him, her fingers trembling against the carvings etched into the tree, Callista's heart raced, and she began to search, desperate for a clue or counter-spell woven into the very fabric of this curse. The sound of rustling leaves whispered above, blending with the chill that seeped through her skin like a creeping frost. With every moment that passed, she could feel the bittersweet odor of moss mixing with ancient wood, wrapping around her, the scent both earthy and heavy with the weight of countless lost souls. The forest seemed to hold its breath, every creature still as if sensing the gravity of the scene unfolding. "Stay with me," she urged, eyes flickering between Adonis and the markings on the tree, searching for any sign of magic or guidance. The intricacies of the carvings were obscured by layers of time, their meanings shifting like shadows. She could see hints of hope, a glimmer of knowledge in the way they twisted and turned. Each etching felt like a whisper from the past, but she needed more.
She needed answers.
Frustration bubbled within her, and she pushed her hands deeper into the mossy grooves of the bark.
"Please," she murmured, searching with her fingertips for any warmth, any lingering traces of the magic that might save him.
The memories of her father's gentle voice flowed through her, urging her to remain steadfast, even in the direst moments.
"Find forgiveness, Callista," his words echoed in her mind like a soothing balm, cutting through the thick air of panic surrounding her.
"Adonis," she cried again, shaking him lightly, her breath hitching as despair clawed at her chest.
"You can't go.
You won't disappear." But each passing second felt heavy, like an anchor pulling her down into the depths of uncertainty. Adonis's gaze dimmed, and she saw the vulnerability he usually masked so elegantly with his calm demeanor. She had to break through, she had to reach him. The bittersweet realization sank deep, as she understood that the very essence of her connection to him was at stake. Every story he had told her, every lesson he imparted, those bonds filled with laughter and warmth, had brought her to this moment, and she refused to let them fade into oblivion. As Callista's hands traced the cool surface of the tree, she concentrated, searching for a flicker of magic that felt both inviting and elusive. Time was slipping away, the curse tightening its grip as she felt Adonis's essence fading, dissolving into the bark that enveloped him. Her heart pounded, each beat a reminder that she could not falter now.
There had to be something, a thread of magic, or a counter-spell hidden within the tree's ancient wisdom.
The sun filtered through the leaves overhead, casting mottled shadows on the ground, a somber spotlight on their unfolding tragedy. She could feel the forest urging her on, and amidst the chaos a sharp determination sparked within her, a force that called her to act, to refuse to let fate decide this moment. "Think, Callista," she whispered, recalling her father's lessons, his belief in her resilience, his stories steeped in hope and strength. She gathered herself, steeling her resolve against the despair threatening to crush her spirit.
"You must face Medea," she reminded herself with unwavering certainty.
Callista straightened, determination flooding her veins, as she prepared to leave the chaos of the clearing behind.
Her heart was racing, not just from fear but from the need to confront the true source of this curse, the forest witch who had woven it into being.
Every step she took away from Adonis bore the weight of sacrifice. She was ready to risk everything to save him.
As she turned from the tragic spectacle of the ancient tree, her thoughts raced ahead, fueled by a fierce love and loyalty that ignited the embers of hope deep within her soul.
This journey was fraught with peril, yet within the depths of her uncertainty lay a certainty she clung to, a belief that love could break any curse, and she would find a way to bring Adonis back. The forest breathed around Callista, shifting from chaos to a serene pocket of stillness where she leaned against the cool, mossy trunk, the soft earth cradling her as if trying to hold her fears at bay. The chaotic noise that had filled her ears faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves overhead, and the rhythmic beating of her heart became a comforting metronome amid the hush. In this moment, she could feel the weight of the world on her shoulders, yet the cool moss soothed her nerves, encouraging her to breathe deep and gather her thoughts. As she stood there, a swirl of memories enveloped her, the echo of her father's gentle voice floating through her mind. "Forgiveness and acceptance, my dear Callista," he would say, eyes twinkling with warmth as he taught her valuable lessons amidst the stars they had once marveled at together.
These are the keys to living a life full of hope, even in despair.
Each memory was a tether to her past, a reminder of the unwavering love he had given her in their quiet moments, stories spun by the firelight, all filled with the magic of simplicity. The corners of her mouth trembled upwards, as a bittersweet smile danced on her lips. She could almost see his warm brown eyes crinkling with joy, could feel the strength of his presence grounding her.
"Face your fears, my little star," he had encouraged, each word wrapping around her heart.
The depth of his wisdom pressed against her, transforming her uncertainty into a calm resolve that radiated from her core. In this pause the chaos melted away, replaced by a steadfastness that pushed her forward. Clenching her trembling hands into fists, Callista felt her heartbeat steadier, pulsating with a newfound purpose. She could no longer afford to linger in fear or despair. Adonis needed her, and she would not let him fade away. The faces of those she loved surged within her, igniting a fire in her belly, a force so strong that it banished her trepidation into shadows.
"I must face Medea," she whispered, and the words rang clear and true in the stillness, echoing off the trees that loomed like silent guardians.
A shiver danced up her spine as she considered the implications of her resolve, the confrontation that lay ahead, fraught with peril. Yet in her heart she held an unwavering truth: the strength that her father had nurtured in her would light the path forward even in darkness. Pushing away from the mossy trunk, she moved with newfound purpose, each step a declaration of her intent. The whisper of leaves overhead turned into a symphony of sound, beckoning her onward as she advanced into the heart of the forest. The deeper she ventured, the thicker the air became, saturated with an oppressive weight that spoke of the forest witch's power, the looming specter of Medea awaiting her approach. A chill ran through her, wrapping around her heart as her thoughts spiraled to the potential outcomes of her meeting. Would the witch see the girl standing before her, or the past she had entwined with bitterness? What might she unleash upon Callista? Fear twisted in her gut, but within that darkness, sparks of courage flickered. She recalled her father's tales of overcoming seemingly insurmountable odds, legends woven into their lives with threads of magic and love. The distance to Medea's dwelling grew closer, yet each step brought a thickening atmosphere that pressed heavily upon her chest. Callista could feel the weight of the enchantments lying in wait, and she wondered how many souls had ventured this way before her, each leaving pieces of their essence behind. Yet she was here, breath in her lungs and fire in her heart, and she was not going to let that flame dim. With her resolve firm, Callista drew in a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill her lungs and invigorate her spirit. She released the breath slowly, letting her fears drift away like fallen leaves in a gentle stream. There was no turning back now. The moment of truth awaited her, just beyond the next bend in the path. Preparing for the confrontation, she straightened her posture and focused on what lay ahead. There was strength in knowing that she wasn't alone, A part of her father lingered within, his gentle spirit lighting her way. Her mind shifted to strategies, and the lessons he'd shared about facing formidable foes. It all anchored her, grounding her in this chaotic world where the stakes had never been higher. Finally, as she took that crucial step, a surge of anticipation coursed through her. Each pulse of her heart echoed the quiet declaration that resided within, "I will save him." The weight of her commitment settled upon her, a familiar armor she wore into battle. With one last glance over her shoulder at the ancient tree, the tragic scene that had ignited her journey, Callista turned forward, her feet carrying her into the depths of the woods. The shadows gathered close as the forest fell silent around her, and with each step, she drew closer to the inevitable confrontation with the witch, fortified by the unyielding bond she shared with Adonis, and her unwavering belief that love could conquer all. Chapter 19: The Power of Forgiveness. The forest held its breath, a hushed stillness enveloping a small clearing where light filtered through the tangled branches, casting playful shadows on the moss-covered ground. Here stood Callista Rain, a slender silhouette with auburn waves flowing around her shoulders, as she stepped closer to the enigmatic figure of Medea, the forest witch. The ancient oaks loomed like guardians of a forgotten era, and as Callista's heart quickened, she steadied herself, hands open at her sides, ready to offer the words that might pierce the thick veil of pain binding them both. With each measured step, Callista felt the soft rustle of leaves beneath her feet, a whispering reminder of the forest's life surrounding her. Though she had faced harshness in her young life, there was an inherent grace in the way she carried herself. Her striking green eyes locked onto Medea's hardened features, and she sensed the tension in the air like a taut string, waiting for release. "Medea," Callista began, her voice clear and unwavering, cutting through the silence like a blade.
"I understand your pain.
I forgive you." The words hung between them, light and heavy all at once, flowing softly over the leaves and twisting through the branches, reaching the witch's ears. For a moment the air thickened, weighted by the echoes of ancient grievances. Medea's sharp, angular face, lined by time and bitterness, flickered with something unrecognizable. Her jaw slackened slightly, as if Callista's declaration had breached some barrier she had long fortified. Shadows danced around them, the atmosphere crackling with a tension that hinted at an untold history. The edges of Medea's steel-gray hair seemed to shiver, alive with the energy of her surprised response.
"What do you know of pain?"
Medea murmured, her tone a strange mix of challenge and curiosity, yet softened by the crack in her veneer of disdain. The bitterness in her voice quivered, a fragile thread woven into the moment. Callista could see it, the flicker of doubt behind the cunning mask. The old sorceress was as much a prisoner of her own making as the ancient oaks around them.
"I know that it twists our hearts," Callista said, a gentle strength flowing through her words.
She could feel the warmth of the forest encircling her, as if it too hung on her next breath.
"But it doesn't have to define us. It can be a path toward understanding, a chance to heal."
The flickering shadows between them stilled momentarily, enveloping them in a sacred pause. Callista observed as the creases on Medea's forehead softened, and for the first time, her piercing gaze seemed to reveal a hint of vulnerability. The woman, once a figure cloaked in bitterness, began to reveal a glimmer of the sorceress she once had been, one filled with love, passion, and perhaps even regret. But it was fleeting. The moment hung in the air like a precariously balanced dream, both fragile and potent. As Medea searched Callista's green eyes, it seemed as though she stood at the precipice of something immense, yet her defenses still clung stubbornly to her soul. There was a storm beneath her calm surface, raging against the words she fought to push away. The stillness lingered, time wrapping around them in an intimate embrace. The cacophony of past sorrows throbbed between them, and Callista took a small step closer, her heart beating in sync with the ancient rhythm of the forest. Medea, her breathing barely perceptible, remained motionless, a tangled silhouette of past choices, her features an intricate tapestry of memories unspooling in the wake of the girl's words. Shadows twitched like whispers, flickering around them as the witch wrestled with the shadows of her past, and the flicker of hope ignited in Callista's presence. In that fragile moment, Callista stood unwavering, embodying a bridge between despair and possibility. Medea's uncertainties swirled in the space between them, yet the gentleness in the girl's voice echoed like a promise of redemption. And though the forest pulsed around them, filled with the whispers of ancient trees and secret roots, it felt as if they existed in their own world, bound by a chance encounter that could shift the tides of their fates. Finally, as the stillness hung heavily, Medea spoke again, the tension palpable in her voice.
"Your forgiveness, does it come without conditions?" "Yes," Callista replied firmly, though her heart fluttered with uncertainty. "It is a gift, not a bargaining chip."
And there, amidst the gnarled trees and soft underbrush, the air shifted once more. Callista could see the minuscule transformation as shadows trembled around Medea. And just like that, something had begun to change, igniting a spark that hinted at the start of a slow, arduous healing journey. As Callista stepped away from the remnants of a heartfelt exchange, the essence of the forest wrapped around her like a beloved shawl, embracing her in its verdant beauty. The sunlight streamed through the leaves overhead, guiding her toward a massive ancient tree standing resolute at the edge of the clearing. Its trunk, scarred and regal, seemed to speak of countless seasons past, beckoning her closer as if to whisper forgotten tales held within its gnarled bark. The air shimmered around her, buzzing softly with the pulse of life that resonated through the very ground she stood upon. Callista felt a surge of warmth within, growing with each step as the intricate symbols etched into the tree's surface caught her eye. They appeared to shift and dance in the dappled light, mysterious glyphs hinting at deep-rooted wisdom and a promise of transformation. Her heart thrummed in her chest, echoing the ancient rhythms of the earth, inviting her to connect. Without hesitation, Callista reached out, her delicate fingers grazing the rough texture of the bark, as if seeking to touch the heartbeat of the forest itself. A surge of energy coursed through her, exhilarating and yet grounding. It was a moment of unity, an acknowledgement of the interconnectedness of all living things. Closing her eyes, she leaned in slightly, her palm pressed firmly against the tree, feeling its life force echoing beneath her hand. In the distance, she could sense the presence of Adonis Everheart, lingering nearby, a striking figure with dark brown hair that caught the sunlight like threads of gold. She could see him with the corner of her eye, a subtle shimmer at the edges of his form, giving him an ethereal quality. Adonis observed her with those piercing blue eyes, carrying the weight of centuries, and she felt a wave of understanding pass between them, a connection forged in shared experiences and the magical atmosphere surrounding them. As if on cue, Callista turned to meet his gaze, and in that moment, a silent acknowledgement passed between them. It was as if they shared a language that transcended words, a mutual understanding of the magic pulsing within the ancient forest. Adonis smiled softly, his calm demeanor soothing the air thick with expectation. In an instinctual gesture, Callista raised her hand slightly, channeling a gentle flow of energy from her palm along the tree's surface. The rough bark shimmered under her touch, responding as though it recognized the deep-rooted connection she sought to foster. She could feel Adonis watching, the intensity of his gaze compelling her to continue. With a tilt of his head, he leaned closer, attuning himself to the magic swirling between them. She could see him respond, a quiet strength radiating from him, and the space around them began to hum in harmony with their intentions. As she guided the energy, the tree's rings began to glow softly,
vibrant colors pulsating outward in waves that lit up the dimness of the forest.
Warmth cascaded through the clearing, and Callista's heart soared as the forest around them brightened momentarily, a brilliant display of transformative magic igniting life anew. Adonis's presence beside her felt both supportive and protective, a pillar of quiet strength as the ancient woods responded to their nurturing energy. The air shimmered like sunlight upon water, filled with whispers of rebirth that danced through the leaves. In that moment, they both felt the forest awakening, its pulse synchronizing with the new magic they had kindled together. Flowers began to bloom in the underbrush, vibrant and radiant, breaking free from the thicket that had held them captive for too long. The energy flowed in waves, a melding of their spirits as they facilitated a connection deeper than the surface level, one that linked them both to the heart of the forest and to each other. Callista and Adonis stood side by side, unified in their purpose, each heartbeat echoing with the forest's essence, as hope unfurled around them like the blossoms that adorned their surroundings. The air was alive with possibility, the ancient tree, once a solitary sentinel, now thriving amidst the vibrance they had summoned. In that sacred space, time seemed to bend, shifting as the whispers of nature wrapped around them, and both Callista and Adonis could feel that they were no longer isolated, but interconnected, nurturing the rebirth of something wondrous and extraordinary. Chapter 20: Love's True Magic. Callista stood before the ancient tree, her heart thrumming in rhythm with the gentle rustle of leaves above. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow over the clearing, where shadows danced as if sharing in the moment. With her long wavy auburn hair catching the light, she extended her delicate palms, feeling the magic hum beneath her fingertips, a whisper of hope in the still air. Today she would break the chains that bound the lost prince. She remembered her father's teachings, the stories of sacrifice and redemption that had woven through her childhood like golden thread. Those lessons were a lifeline, anchoring her as she faced the weight of the moment. Her stepmother's scornful voice echoed in the back of her mind, reminding her of her supposed inferiority, yet it was her father's warm smile that shielded her from despair. Callista pushed those memories to the forefront, using them as fuel for her determination. With every inhalation, she absorbed the essence of the forest around her, the fragrant pine needles, the earthy scent of the soil beneath her feet, and the sweet perfume of blossoms hidden within the underbrush. They spoke of life, resilience, and the power of love, all igniting the flickering spark of her magic.
"Forgiveness," she whispered, her voice soft but resolute. "Acceptance."
The words curled around her lips like the tendrils of the vines that held Adonis captive, coaxing forth the power that lay within her. With each syllable, she summoned the warmth that surged through her veins, reaching out to the ancient tree that had witnessed countless stories unfold over the ages.
As she focused her energy, she felt the tree responding, its rough bark alive with a pulse that mirrored her own.
The fishes began to crackle and glow, revealing dark, twisting vines that wrapped around Adonis like cruel serpents. The sight of him, trembled and struggling against his enchanted restraints, twisted something deep within her, an urgent desire to liberate him from his torment. Her heart ached for the young man with piercing blue eyes, now dulled by centuries of sorrow, and she felt the weight of his pain and isolation thrumming in sync with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Callista summoned the courage to amplify her voice.
"You can be free," she intoned, directing her magic with newfound resolve.
The words carried her intent, powerful enough to resonate through the branches of the tree. It was a promise, not just to him, but also to herself, that she would not allow fear to stifle her spirit. The moment the energy radiated from her outstretched palms, she watched in awe as the vibrant light wove through the cracks of the tree, spilling into the clearing like a waterfall of golden energy. It wrapped around Adonis, enveloping him in warmth, urging him to embrace the freedom that was inching closer. A tremor passed through him, and for a fleeting second, he seemed uncertain, caught in the web of centuries-old memories, and the longing for a life he had almost forgotten. Callista held her breath, whispering gentle encouragement as the magic burst forth with brilliant intensity. Suddenly the air crackled with the sound of the dark vines snapping, breaking free like the chains of a long-forgotten captive. Adonis's body surged with strength, and Callista saw the shimmer of raw magic engulf him, casting a radiant light across the clearing. Each crack and burst of shimmering light illuminated his form, a glorious spectacle that felt almost surreal. And then, as if propelled by unseen forces, he took a step away from the tree, a hesitant motion that sent reverberations of hope dancing through the air. "You are free now," Callista murmured, her voice imbued with emotion that matched the magic swirling around them. With those words, she sealed their bond, a promise born of trust, kindness, and the remnants of the hope she had nurtured in her heart. The power of their connection flowed in intricate patterns, weaving a tapestry of light between them, marking this moment as significant in ways they could only begin to comprehend. The atmosphere in the clearing shifted, transforming with an ethereal beauty that felt tangible, shimmering in the space around them. Callista's breath quickened, as she realized that liberation was not just for Adonis, but a beginning for them both. The energy flickered in the air, a symbol of all that lay ahead, a journey filled with possibilities, ripe with challenges yet to face. As the last vestiges of darkness faded away from Adonis, a gentle calm settled in the space between them. In that heart-stopping moment they stood together, their eyes locked in a shared understanding, a silent pact that heralded the next chapter of their entwined fates. With Adonis free and standing close beside her, Callista could feel the pulsing energy between them, a force that stirred excitement and trepidation in equal measure. The world around them shimmered with the remnants of their earlier magic, wrapping them in a cocoon of luminous potential, a promise of transformation ready to unfold before their very eyes. The air crackled, filled with the anticipation of what they might accomplish together, forging a connection that thrummed like the heartbeat of the forest itself. As their hands clasped together, a shock of warmth surged through Callista's fingertips, sparking a cascade of light that flickered at their joints. She could see the golden energy swirling around them, a radiant flow that reflected both their hopes and fears. Adonis's piercing blue eyes met hers, and for a moment time felt suspended, an unspoken acknowledgement of the power that coursed through them, igniting her determination. It was as though they had tapped into a hidden well of strength, one that could shift the very fabric of their world.
"Let's channel our magic," Adonis urged softly, his voice a gentle tether that grounded her amid the swirling chaos.
Together they concentrated, envisioning their shared purpose as threads of light began to intertwine, weaving a tapestry of unity between their souls. Each flicker, each shimmer felt like a breath, resonating with the deeper currents of the enchanted forest. The air thickened with possibility, wrapping around them like a protective embrace. The figure of Medea loomed ahead, her sharp features softened by the glow that emanated from the pair. Callista could see the guarded expression etched on the older woman's face, filled with a mixture of apprehension and skepticism. Callista understood that Medea's bitterness had roots that ran deep, anchored in loss and the weight of past choices. "Together we can lift the curse that binds you," Callista called, her voice ringing with determination.
"We can heal the rift between us, but we need your magic."
Her heart pounded as she hoped to connect with the forest witch's past self, that fierce protector who had once wielded her power for good. Adonis added his voice to hers, "Your magic can help us bring about a change. Allow us to mend what has been broken." His tone was earnest, each word deliberate, and even the air around him felt alive with their combined energy. Medea hesitated, her features taut and uncertain, but beneath the layers of bitterness, Callista detected a flicker of longing, a desire for redemption perhaps. As if reading her thoughts, Medea's sharp gaze faltered, and for a heartbeat, vulnerability washed over her. With palpable tension hanging in the air, Callista took a step closer, urging, "Your past does not define your future. We are not here to judge you, but to offer you a way back to who you truly are." The silence stretched, heavy with memories and possibilities, until at last, Medea nodded, albeit with reluctance.
"Very well," she whispered, her voice trembling like the delicate branches swaying overhead. "If you believe I can help."
In that moment of acquiescence, Callista felt the spell shift, a sudden rush of collective intention filling the clearing. Medea summoned her own magic, and for the first time in ages, Callista sensed the strength that had lain dormant within the forest witch. The energy surged among them, a vivid interplay of color and light, each moment steeped in mutual trust as their powers began to mingle. The air vibrated, the atmosphere humming with intent. Together they shaped the energy, crafting an intricate spell that danced in spirals, creating a stunning visual spectacle that beckoned the very essence of the forest to join in. As they released their magic into the world, the thick underbrush began to part, revealing a breathtaking passage ahead, a corridor bathed in soft hues and rhythmic pulsations. Every leaf shivered with joy, every stone glimmered with promise as the forest responded, transforming beneath their collective magic. Callista felt her heart swell with hope. She was not alone in this endeavor. They were creating a path toward healing, both for Medea and the enchanted realm she had once protected. "Medea," Adonis's voice rang with conviction, "the curse fades away. Embrace the light." As those words lingered in the air, Medea's steely facade began to soften. The tension in her posture relaxed, and for the first time in centuries, the weight of her burdens began to lift, washed away by the luminous energy that surrounded them. The essence of her magic danced in rhythm with theirs, intertwining their pasts and futures in an embrace that felt almost sacred. With a final surge of combined strength, they sent their spells soaring into the heart of the forest, where the very core of its magic pulsed in harmony with their intentions. The air shimmered and crackled as life ignited within the previously still landscape, echoing their resolve and their unified purpose. Together they watched in wonder as the forest transformed around them, shadows dissolved into warmth, leaves shimmered with life, and the once enchanted prison became a sanctuary of new beginnings. It was a moment steeped in possibility, a beautiful tapestry woven from shared magic, love, and the undeniable strength that arose when souls aligned with purpose. Callista turned to Adonis, a smile blossoming on her face, brimming with the warmth of hope, and he mirrored her expression, an understanding passing between them. They had carved a path toward a brighter future, not only for themselves, but for a forest that had waited too long for renewal. The journey ahead was still uncertain, filled with challenges yet to face, but in that moment, under the shimmering light of their magic, the promise of new beginnings felt undeniable. Chapter 21: A New Enchantment. In a vibrant clearing deep within the blooming forest, sunlight poured through the lush canopy, dappling the ground with golden light, and illuminating the dew-kissed leaves that glimmered like jewels. The gentle stirrings of awakened wildlife created a soft melody, an orchestra of rustling branches and distant birdsong, as Adonis stood with an ethereal quality, on the brink of transformation, facing Callista with an uncertain yet hopeful expression.
As he concentrated, the air around him shimmered faintly.
Slowly he became more defined, his features sharpening, revealing striking dark brown hair and piercing blue eyes that sparkled with life. With a deep, steadying breath, he smiled, a warm, genuine smile that radiated joy and relief. The moment felt electric, the air thick with anticipation. Callista's breath caught in her throat, her green eyes wide with disbelief. "Adonis, you're real, I can see you," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of awe and unrestrained delight. With that, she rushed toward him, the world around them fading into the background as they embraced each other, relief flooding their hearts. His arms enveloped her, strong and reassuring, and Callista reveled in the warmth of his presence.
"I was beginning to think you'd never materialize," she teased lightly, pulling back just enough to meet his gaze. "I mean, what kind of prince are you, fading away like that?"
Adonis chuckled, his laughter a soothing balm in the stillness of the forest.
"A very confused one, it seems."
"I was starting to think I was doomed to remain a mere whisper in the woods," he replied, gently brushing a stray curl from her face with the tenderness of a caress. The forest, as if responding to their shared joy, pulsed with renewed life around them. Bright wildflowers bobbed gently in the breeze, as if joining their laughter, while the distant chatter of birds added to the symphony of their reunion. Adonis couldn't help but lean closer, his expression a blend of admiration and awe.
"You're not merely a shadow now, Callista.
You've blossomed into something extraordinary." Callista beamed, her cheeks flushed with warmth.
"Look who's talking."
"You've gone from a ghostly figure to, well, a decidedly more charming prince," she quipped, the playful banter flowing effortlessly between them like the babbling brook nearby.
"Oh, I see my transformation has sparked a new career in royal jesting for you," he replied, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "If I knew that this would bring out your wit, I would have appeared much sooner."
Callista laughed, a sound that rang clear and true like the chimes of wind against the leaves.
"Well, maybe next time you could skip the whole ghostly phase altogether. I have no idea how you expect me to show you off when you look like a faint memory."
Adonis held her gaze, the connection between them deepening in this shared space of lightness. "To be fair, I'm quite fond of fading in and out at inconvenient moments," he teased back. "It adds an air of mystery."
"More like an air of annoyance," she shot back, her eyes dancing with joy. But the warmth in her expression underscored their banter with a sweetness that felt special and unique, as if the entire world melted away when they were together.
Their laughter floated into the forest, mingling with the rustling leaves and the gentle hum of nature awakening. Adonis felt a weight lifting from his chest, and he couldn't shake the sense that this moment, this embrace, was something tangible, a beacon of hope in their lives filled with uncertainty. As they stood together, wrapped in each other's warmth, the forest around them thrived.
The trees stretched taller, the sun's rays glowed brighter, and every living creature seemed to celebrate their reunion.
Adonis leaned in, the glow of newfound vitality surrounding them.
"What do you suppose awaits us, Callista?"
"Here in this place where magic reigns."
"Whatever it is," she replied softly, eyes shimmering with dreams yet to come, "I believe we can face it together. Just as we are now."
And in that moment, nothing felt impossible. The future ahead shimmered with promise, a bright tapestry woven from the threads of their shared laughter and burgeoning hope. The sun climbed higher, spilling warmth and light into a second clearing that vibrated with life and energy. This nook of the enchanted forest, painted in hues of gold and green, swirled with gentle laughter and whispers, as forest dwellers peeked from their hidden corners, cautiously curious about the newcomers. Delicate wildflowers danced in the breeze, their vivid colors brightening the ground beneath a canopy of verdant leaves that filtered the sunlight into soft, playful patterns. Medea emerged from the thicket, her steel-gray hair swirling gently around her face, casting an ethereal quality in the sunlight. She moved with a grace that belied her years, an elegant figure adorned in robes that hinted at faded grandeur. Today, however, the usual sharp edge of her demeanor was softened, the lines of bitterness around her eyes momentarily eased as she approached Callista and Adonis.
"Welcome to this sanctuary," she began, her tone mellow and inviting.
"I can teach you how to maintain this place, nurturing the life that blooms around us." She gestured expansively toward the flourishing flora, her hands moving fluidly as if directing an invisible symphony. Callista exchanged a glance with Adonis, her heart swelling with cautious optimism. They stepped closer, curiosity igniting a spark in their souls as they listened intently.
"What would it take to keep it thriving?"
Callista asked, her voice firm yet full of hope. "Patience, knowledge, and the willingness to connect with the forest," Medea replied, her gaze unwavering, the shadow of her past slipping just slightly. She leaned closer, her eyes brightening as she continued, "Every flower has its own rhythm, learn to dance with it. Respect its nature, and it shall flourish." Surrounded by the emerging gathering of curious creatures and enchanted beings, Callista felt emboldened. She took a step forward, embers of determination fueling her resolve.
"And what if we fail?"
A low chuckle escaped Medea's lips, a sound that startled those around her as they leaned in closer.
"Failure is a step toward understanding.
What you perceive as mistakes can be the most profound teachers," she explained, her voice gentle, yet laced with an authority that captured everyone's attention. Ariane, standing slightly behind, nodded thoughtfully. "Every seed you plant carries the hope of tomorrow," she added softly, her hazel eyes reflecting a depth of understanding that resonated in the hearts of those gathered.
"With care and love, you can coax even the smallest sprout into a magnificent bloom."
As the dialogue continued, an invisible bond formed between the newcomers and the forest dwellers. The air hummed with a collective sense of purpose, blending laughter and questions as the group delved deeper into conversations about practical tasks, tending to the magical flora, gathering healing herbs, and fortifying their sanctuary from external threats.
"Is it true that the trees can communicate with one another?"
Callista asked, eyes wide with wonder, recalling tales of enchantment whispered among her memories. "Indeed, they speak in ways unseen, through roots and leaves," Medea answered, her own voice tinged with a nostalgic ache.
"But you must be patient, for their words are often hidden beneath the surface."
Her expression grew distant for a moment, vulnerability glimmering in her gaze before she redirected her focus back to the present.
"Let us learn together."
The forest buzzed with support, sounds of encouragement and anticipation melding into the conversations. Callista's heart swelled with pride. She could envision a future where they all thrived as one harmonious unit. Adonis squeezed her hand gently, echoing the unspoken dreams they had shared moments before.
"I want to learn everything," Callista stated earnestly, emboldened by her newfound sense of purpose.
Medea smiled, the corners of her lips softening further, revealing the sorceress she once was.
"Then, let us begin with the rhythm of this sanctuary," she proclaimed, extending her hands toward the vibrant plants around them. "You shall find that the forest is an ever-shifting dance of life, a dance that connects all living things."
As the sun continued to ascend overhead, casting its golden hue across the gathering, the clearing became a canvas painted with promises of growth, wisdom, and community. Together they stepped forward, bound by a collective ambition that shone brighter than the sunlight filtering through the leaves, a promise to nurture, protect, and thrive in the magical embrace of the enchanted forest. As twilight settled over the rejuvenated forest, hues of lavender and deep blue enveloped the clearing. Beside a softly burbling brook, where moss carpeted the ground like a lush blanket, Callista and Adonis found refuge from the day's vibrant activities. The gentle sound of water coursing over smooth stones created a serene backdrop, while the last traces of sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow around them. Callista sat on the mossy bank, her delicate fingers trailing through the cool water, but her mind was racing. Questions swirled within her. What did it truly mean to stay here, to become guardians of this sanctuary? Would their presence, bright and hopeful as it was, be enough to safeguard the fragile balance of this world? She felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Adonis, sensing her hesitation, knelt beside her, his blue eyes searching hers with unwavering concern.
"What troubles you, Callista?" he asked softly, brushing a thumb across the back of her hand.
The warmth of his touch brought comfort, igniting a small spark of courage within her. "Do we dare to stay as guardians of this sanctuary, knowing it will always be part of us?" she replied, her voice wavering slightly.
"What if we can't live up to the promise this place demands? What if we falter?"
He met her gaze steadily, the depths of his own worries reflected in the blues of his irises.
"Our love has breathed life into this place. Maybe our home lies right here," he responded, his voice thick with sincerity. "Each day spent here together has shown me that our bond can shield against darkness.
This sanctuary, this magical realm, is the embodiment of that connection." Callista leaned closer, encouraged by the intensity of his conviction.
"But what about the outside world?
We both have lives beyond these borders, our dreams, our families. Can we abandon them for this?" Adonis shook his head slowly, contemplating their journey thus far.
"We do not abandon our pasts, we integrate them.
Everything we have faced has led us here. Our dreams can be reborn within these enchanted woods, evolving alongside us." Her heart soared, the whispers of the brook echoing the rhythms of their conversation.
"And if we choose to embrace this life, what will our responsibilities be?" she pressed, seeking clarity.
He gazed up toward the shimmering sky, now adorned with the first twinkling stars.
"To nurture, protect and share," he declared. "We must listen to the whispers of the forest, cultivate its wonders, and help others who may seek solace here.
In turn, it will remind us of who we are, what we're capable of creating together." Callista considered his words, tracing the outline of his strong hand with her fingers. Together they were not just remnants of their past, they could forge a vibrant future amidst these magic-laden trees.
"What if we fail?" she mused, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her tone.
His voice dropped to a gentle whisper, almost lost in the serene ambience around them.
"Failure is merely a stepping stone toward greatness.
Together we shall rise, even in moments of doubt." She let the weight of his words sink in, and her chest filled with a fierce determination.
"I want to try.
To create something meaningful that honors both the life we once had, and this sanctuary that has opened its arms to us."
"Then let us walk this path together," he replied, leaning in to place a tender kiss upon her forehead, sealing their vow with an intimacy that transcended words.
As fireflies began to illuminate the dusk, flitting like tiny lanterns in the gathering dark, their spirits ignited with renewed vigor. Callista felt the enchantment of the forest wrap around them like a blanket, promising warmth and protection. With the gentle night air swirling around them, they settled into the comfort of each other's presence, aware that the days ahead would weave a tapestry of hopes and dreams anew. Together, they would tend to this living sanctuary, and discover what adventures lay beyond the horizon, ready to embrace whatever unfolded. The world felt expansive, and though uncertainty lurked like shadows at the edge of the forest, they knew they would face it hand in hand. The brook continued to bubble nearby, mirroring their thoughts, as the enchanting sounds of the night embraced them, a promise of tomorrow where love, duty and magic intertwined in a vibrant dance under the watchful eyes of the stars above. Chapter 22: Guardians of the Glade. In a sun-dappled clearing at the edge of the enchanted forest, Callista Rain knelt on the soft earth, her fingers tracing the delicate petals of wildflowers scattered around her. The air was alive with the hum of nature, a symphony of chirping birds, and the gentle rustle of leaves dancing in the light breeze. She glanced up, her striking green eyes sparkling with mischief, as the outline of Adonis Everheart appeared through the trees, his athletic build a fluid shadow among the warm hues of the sun. Together they would shape this patch of the world into a haven, and beneath the golden warmth of the day, the promise of a new beginning fluttered through the air. Callista couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as she surveyed the clearing, her heart swelling at the sight of their future home. The raw logs lay in disarray, remnants of the ancient trees that had once stood tall and proud. Each piece of wood held potential, waiting for the two of them to breathe life into it, to forge a sanctuary in the heart of the forest. She pushed her wavy auburn hair behind her ear, eager to start. "Careful there," came Adonis's gentle voice, drawing nearer, as his piercing blue eyes met hers with that familiar warmth that sent a delightful flutter through her chest.
"One misstep, and you might end up planting more than just wildflowers."
She raised an eyebrow, an impish smile dancing across her lips.
"Oh. And what would you suggest?"
"Creating a mixed garden of weeds and sunshine." Her tone was light, but there was a flicker of hope behind her words, a spark of adventure she desperately clung to. Adonis chuckled, his laughter like a balm that soothed her restless spirit.
"Let's focus on the flowers first, shall we?"
He gestured at the scattered bundles, a mock seriousness in his expression that only made her grin wider.
"I wouldn't want to disturb the very delicate balance of nature with your untrained gardening skills." "Untrained?"
Callista scoffed playfully, rising to her feet to stand tall next to him. "You forget who taught you how to find the finest blooms in the first place. I've got quite the reputation as a wildflower expert, thank you very much."
"Of course, my apologies, flower expert," he replied, bowing theatrically as if addressing royalty, and she couldn't help but laugh at the display.
They resumed their task, kneeling among the wildflowers, their fingers brushing occasionally, as they measured and arranged the natural elements. Callista felt warmth radiating from Adonis each time their hands met, igniting an undeniable connection that rippled through the air, transcending the need for words. "Now," Adonis said, expertly turning a flat stone over with a careful touch, "if we lay the path here, it should guide any lost souls safely into our budding haven."
"I never imagined working with nature could feel so right," Callista mused, her voice a melodic blend of wonder and contentment.
She let the feeling wash over her, fueled by the sun filtering through the leaves, warming her skin.
"Welcome to the real adventure," Adonis teased, a gentle smile curling his lips as he caught her gaze.
As they discussed the arrangement of stones and flowers, the banter flowed as effortlessly as the breeze whispering through the clearing.
"Perhaps we should decorate the stones with intricate carvings,"
Callista suggested, her imagination ignited as she glanced around, envisioning their home adorned with symbols of protection and hope. Adonis tilted his head thoughtfully, his expression pensive yet warm.
"Ah, but that might distract from the beauty of the flowers, wouldn't it?"
"We wouldn't want to upstage Mother Nature." He offered her a conspiratorial wink, eliciting a peal of laughter from her, a sound that mingled with the chirping of nearby birds. The woodland creatures peered at them from the underbrush, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. A curious rabbit hopped nearer, twitching its nose at the sight of the two companions, while a pair of forest sprites danced in and out of the dappled light, their soft glows lending an ethereal charm to the moment.
"Look!" Callista pointed, her voice a whisper filled with wonder. "Even the forest approves of our plans."
Adonis turned to the creatures and sprites, their simple joy reflected in his gaze. "Indeed, it seems we are being watched over," he said, his voice low and thoughtful. The connection to nature wrapped around them like a warm embrace, further entwining their hearts as they exchanged playful smiles. Their fingers brushed more frequently now, every delicate touch igniting warmth between them, electric sparks that reverberated in the stillness of the clearing. With every shared glance and laugh, Callista felt the walls she had built against her circumstances beginning to crumble, as if the forest itself wove a tapestry of safety around them.
After a time they paused to survey their work, stepping back to take in the scene they had created.
The stones lay in place, framed by a riot of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze, all bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. The forest murmured in approval, a deep, resonant sound that echoed around them. Adonis clasped his hands together, an infectious grin lighting his features.
"This," he said, gesturing grandly, "is merely the beginning. Our haven will become a beacon, guiding all those who seek solace in this enchanted forest."
Callista nodded, her heart full as she gazed at the future before them.
"And together we'll keep it safe."
As the ambient light deepened, wrapping around them like a promise, Callista felt a sense of belonging take root, a feeling that they were crafting something magical, something lasting in a world that had been shrouded in shadows for far too long.
The heart of the enchanted forest thrummed with anticipation, a living pulse that reverberated through the towering branches of the ancient tree standing sentinel over the gathering.
Beneath its gnarled limbs, adorned with softly glowing lanterns and cascading ivy, Callista Rain and Adonis Everheart prepared to intertwine their lives in a bond of commitment that transcended time. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the ethereal glow of magical creatures that had come to bear witness to their union. In this sacred space where the wild met the tender, their hearts soared with a sense of purpose that echoed in harmony with the forest's whispering promise. As the sun began its descent, casting golden light through the leaves, an assembly of mystical inhabitants gathered in respectful silence. Fae with shimmering wings flitted about, their laughter a soft melody that melded with the rustling of leaves. Animal familiars, ranging from delicate deer to curious foxes, nestled among the roots of the ancient tree, their eyes bright with curiosity. In the back a quiet figure observed, the forest witch, Medea Thornwood, her once sharp features softened by the twilight. Callista and Adonis stood side by side, their hands clasped together, a shared warmth igniting between them. The nervous excitement, thrumming in Callista's chest, contrasted sharply with the calm serenity emanating from Adonis. She stole a glance at him, her heart swelling with admiration for the gentle strength he exuded.
"Are you ready?"
Adonis asked, his voice smooth and soothing, as he adjusted the small carved figurine resting in their intertwined fingers. Callista nodded, though her throat felt dry.
"More than I ever imagined possible," she replied, her tone tinged with both wonder and trepidation. "This moment, it feels like the culmination of every dream I've held close."
The gazes locked, the forest around them fading as they became lost in the depths of each other's eyes.
"Whatever lies ahead, we'll face it together," he vowed, and the sincerity of his words enveloped her like a warm cloak, shielding her from the past's shadows.
With a deep breath they stepped forward, drawing closer to the base of the ancient tree, where the ground felt rich with memories and promise. As they began to exchange their vows, Callista's voice rang clear, each word laced with dedication. She spoke of the resilience forged in her struggles, the love that blossomed in the heart of adversity. "I vow to stand by you through the storms and the sunshine," she declared, her voice unwavering as she took in the glimmering faces of the gathered crowd. "Together we will nurture this bond, shaping our future with laughter, trust and compassion." Adonis responded in measured tones, his formality grounding the moment. "I promise to honor and protect you, to be the steadfast light guiding our path." His vow resonated with the sincerity that echoed in his heart, each word woven with the depth of their shared experience. As they spoke, the very air around them shimmered, vibrant and alive, their vows intertwining like threads of magic binding their souls together. With careful deliberation, they brought forth the symbolic tokens, the slender ribbon and the small carved figurine. The ribbon, a testament to the love that bound them, and the figurine, a representation of their journey, both of humble beginnings and expansive dreams. Callista offered her token, her hands trembling slightly as she placed the ribbon into Adonis's waiting palms. "May this ribbon bind our hearts and strengthen our spirits, no matter the challenges we face," she whispered, her heart racing with significance. Adonis reciprocated with equal tenderness, presenting the carved figurine to Callista.
"And may this figurine remind us of the sanctuary we're building, our safe haven within this enchanted forest."
With each exchange, their fingers lingered, brushing against one another, igniting a warmth that spread throughout their beings. Then, with purposeful steps, Medea approached.
The transformation in her demeanor was palpable, no longer just the bitter custodian of her realm, but a guardian of love and hope.
"May your union keep the forest alive and the lost souls safe," she intoned, her voice steady and powerful as she raised her hands to bless the couple. The lanterns flickered in response, glowing brighter with every word. Callista felt the embrace of magic wrap around her like a protective blanket, infusing the atmosphere with a serene energy that filled her soul with joy. As the ceremony unfolded with observable clarity, through careful gestures, exchanged smiles and purposeful words, the surrounding crowd remained enveloped in the forest's deep transformative magic. Finally, as the final notes of their vows hung in the air, Adonis leaned closer, their faces inches apart. A collective breath was drawn from the onlookers, holding the space for the sacred moment. Their lips met in a soft kiss, a promise sealed in the warmth of shared breath and lingering magic. Cheers erupted around them, echoing in joyous celebration, as creatures of the forest burst forth from their hidden nooks, their sounds intertwining with the whispers of the trees. Callista and Adonis stood entwined, embraced by the warmth of love and the symphony of nature, the world around them alive with a promise of unity and hope. In the aftermath of the ceremony, they lingered in the afterglow, hearts still racing, as the soft twilight wrapped around them like an old friend. As the laughter of their gathered companions echoed in the background, Callista found solace in Adonis's presence, feeling their futures stretching ahead like the wide-open sky above. "Together we are the heartbeat of this forest," she murmured, and Adonis nodded, his expression mirroring her sentiment, knowing that together they had not only found each other, but forged a sanctuary for all the lost souls who sought comfort in their haven. Chapter 23: Bridging Worlds. Adonis seemed to shimmer slightly as he followed Callista into the vast entry hall, the soft soles of their shoes tapping an insistent rhythm against the polished marble. Lydia stood near the fireplace, her aristocratic features locked in a brittle mask, as Callista's auburn hair caught the golden light.
"This is a most unexpected visit," she said, with all the warmth of a winter frost.
Callista met her stepmother's eyes, the long-suppressed rebellion in her heart flaring bright. "I will no longer be bound by your expectations." Her words echoed off the crystal chandeliers and through the corridors, chased by whispers from servants lurking in the shadows. The grandeur of the entry hall seemed almost suffocating, its high ceilings and gilded portraits pressing down like a weight. Lydia's gaze was as sharp as her immaculate dress, a queen surveying an unruly subject.
"Your absence was noted," she continued, her voice clipped. "We had assumed you found other arrangements."
Her steel-gray eyes flicked over Adonis, taking in his graceful bearing and simple clothes with thinly veiled disdain. Callista's chin lifted. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders as she stood firm, a spark of defiance in her striking green eyes.
"I did," she replied, her tone firm but respectful. "I thought it only proper to say goodbye."
She felt Adonis's steady presence beside her, a silent reminder of the world waiting beyond the cold marble.
"Well, how very thoughtful," Lydia replied, each word carefully sharpened. "And now you wish to return, I suppose?" There was a bite to her politeness, like a cat playing with a mouse.
Finnegan stood next to her, adjusting his tailored suit with an air of irritation. His perfectly coiffed silver hair gleamed in the firelight, his expression a practiced mask of control. Callista shook her head, her voice taking on a musical quality that filled the hall with unexpected warmth.
"No.
I've come to tell you that I am free." A startled silence hung in the air, like the pause before a storm. Lydia's smile vanished, leaving behind a hard, unyielding line. Finnegan's eyebrows arched, surprise flickering across his aristocratic features.
"This is absurd," Lydia said, her composure slipping as anger tinted her cheeks. "You are part of this household, Callista.
You belong here." "I belong where I choose to be," Callista replied, her hands trembling slightly as she reached beneath a dusty table and retrieved a small parcel. The motion stirred memories like old ghosts, and she clutched the mementos with a newfound resolve. Finnegan cleared his throat, his voice taking on the measured tone of a business negotiation.
"Surely, Callista, you must understand the position you're putting us in.
A ward of this family cannot simply—"
"I am no one's ward," Callista interrupted, the words ringing like a bell in the quiet hall.
Her fair complexion glowed with determination, and she seemed taller, stronger, as she looked them both in the eyes. The silver locket from her father gleamed faintly as she tucked it securely into her pocket, a symbol of the past she was ready to leave behind. Adonis shifted slightly, his posture calm but supportive, his presence an anchor against the emotional tide. Lydia's hands clenched at her sides, her control slipping like sand through her fingers.
She tried to smile, but it twisted into something cold and desperate. "And where exactly do you plan to go?" she asked, her voice quiet and sharp as ice. "To a place where I am truly wanted," Callista said.
Her words carried the weight of truth, the finality of a door closing forever. Finnegan straightened, the indignation on his face growing as his authority waned.
"You are making a mistake, young lady. You'll regret this."
The echoing silence swallowed his words, and Callista turned, her steps confident and unhurried as she made her way toward the door. Adonis followed, a silent vow in his piercing blue eyes, and together they left the cold elegance of the manor behind. For a moment the only sound was the crackling of the fire, and the hushed murmurs of servants who had stopped to watch the spectacle unfold. Lydia and Finnegan stood motionless, the reality of Callista's defiance crashing over them like a wave, leaving them speechless in its wake. A canopy of moonlight danced between the branches as Callista and Adonis returned to the forest, the night sky peeking through in soft glimmers. They crossed the stream, where the bubbling water playfully tugged at their feet, before rippling on, carrying away the echoes of a world left behind. Callista settled on a bed of moss, and let the forest's calm wash over her, a sigh of relief as deep and old as the ancient trees. Adonis sat beside her, his presence warm and easy.
"Not as many crystal chandeliers, but at least the neighbors are quiet," he said, and the stars seemed to twinkle in on the joke.
Callista smiled, her eyes sparkling like the dewdrops that clung to the leaves. The air was sweet with the scent of night-blooming flowers, and the whisper of the wind played a gentle melody through the branches. She took a deep breath, the heaviness of the manor fading like a forgotten dream.
"I never realized how heavy it all was," she said, unwrapping the parcel with careful fingers.
The mementos glinted softly in the moonlight, pieces of her past nestled in worn cloth. She traced the outline of the silver locket, her heart a blend of sadness and relief. Adonis watched her, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the night.
"Memories can weigh more than gold," he said, his tone light but filled with understanding.
Callista nodded, a loose strand of auburn hair catching the breeze.
"But they can also set you free."
Her voice was tender, as if speaking to the memories themselves. She clasped the locket, holding it close one last time before laying it gently on the ground. The forest seemed to hum with approval, the leaves rustling softly as if sharing secrets. Adonis stretched out beside her, leaning back on his hands with a relaxed grace.
"I must admit," he said with a teasing smile, "the thought of returning to your formidable stepmother's domain filled me with dread."
Callista laughed, a sound as light and fresh as the forest air.
"And here I thought you were fearless." "Not entirely," Adonis replied, his voice rich with playful sincerity. "Especially when it comes to steely women with agendas."
They spread a worn quilt over the mossy ground, the fabric old but comforting. Callista nestled into its folds, the tension in her shoulders easing as she sank into the earth's soft embrace. The mementos lay beside her, quiet witnesses to a life she was ready to transform.
"What do you think?"
Adonis asked, his eyes scanning the ancient trees.
"Not quite a manor, but it does have its charms."
Callista looked around, the warmth of the forest filling her with a sense of belonging she had never known.
"It feels like home," she said, the words simple and true. "Our home."
Adonis reached for her hand, his touch gentle and reassuring.
"We'll make it a place where lost souls can find their way," he said, his voice carrying a hopeful resolve.
Callista squeezed his hand, her delicate fingers firm with determination.
"We'll need to watch the boundaries," she said, her practical nature shining through. "And maybe add a few more signs to help travelers."
"Indeed," Adonis agreed, nodding thoughtfully.
"And perhaps a path or two. Not everyone appreciates a challenge."
They talked late into the night, their dialogue a blend of careful planning and light-hearted banter. The stars wheeled above them, a million tiny witnesses to their whispered dreams and promises. "Imagine what we can do with the magic here," Callista mused, her voice tinged with wonder.
"There's so much of it, just waiting to be guided."
Adonis chuckled softly.
"Quite a bit different from guiding a kingdom," he said, the wistfulness in his voice giving way to excitement. "But far more rewarding."
Callista leaned back, her auburn hair fanning out like a fiery halo. "Do you think the sorceress will mind our interference?" she asked, half serious, half amused.
"Probably," Adonis replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "But I doubt she can be any more intimidating than the charming Lydia."
Callista's laughter joined the music of the stream, the sound full of joy and newfound freedom. The forest wrapped them in its gentle arms, and they knew, without speaking, that this was where they belonged. The night wore on, filled with laughter and quiet conversation, until the first hints of dawn began to filter through the trees. Together they lay under the vast sky, dreaming of the future and the life they would build, surrounded by the timeless magic of the enchanted forest. Chapter 24: The Eternal Grove. In the heart of the whispering woods, the ancient tree stood tall, a beacon of resilience and hope. Its rings glowed softly in the warm light, illuminating the clearing where Callista Rain and Adonis Everheart stood together. As they shared the weight of their past, the delicate rustle of leaves enveloped them, whispering the stories of lost souls who found their way home. Callista's green eyes sparkled as she gazed at the magnificent tree, her fingers brushing against the textured bark. "We created this sanctuary from the very heart of our struggles," she remarked, her voice gentle yet firm. Memories flooded her mind, of dark nights spent longing for escape, of laughter exchanged between tears, and of triumphs no matter how small. Each challenge they faced seemed to weave into the fabric of this vibrant space, transforming pain into beauty. Adonis, with his piercing blue eyes reflecting both kindness and depth, stood beside her, absorbing her words. He nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. "Every step we took led us here," he replied, his tone soft yet resonant. There was a calmness to him, a grace that suggested centuries of existence and experience. He reached out, and as their hands brushed, a warm spark ignited between them, an unspoken understanding of their journey and shared resilience. Around them, lost souls drifted quietly, their ephemeral forms blending with the shimmering light of the fireflies that danced above. The air was sweet with the scent of dew on leaves, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. Each rustle of leaves, each whisper of the wind, carried a gentle reminder of the lives they had touched through their compassion and courage. As Callista and Adonis stood in the sanctuary they had nurtured together, Callista felt a swell of pride within her. The sanctuary represented their struggles, but it also represented the joy they had discovered amidst adversity. It was a place where laughter echoed, where the weary could rest, and where hope flickered like the soft glow of fireflies.
"We should not forget the magic in these woods," Callista continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as she looked at Adonis, "or how we found it."
Adonis's eyes twinkled at her playful tone, and he leaned in closer, as though sharing a secret only the two of them could know. "Indeed, the forest possesses a humor of its own," he chuckled softly, recalling the whimsical way they had stumbled upon some of their favorite places, each discovery filled with a surprising enchantment. As their laughter faded into the gentle murmur of the forest, Callista looked at Adonis with warmth. There was a gentle strength within him, a desire to protect not just the sanctuary, but those who sought refuge within it. She admired how he carried the weight of his past with honor, even when shadows loomed at the edges of his thoughts. Their hands brushed again, a soft touch that felt both exhilarating and reassuring. In that moment, it felt as if the world around them fell away, leaving only the vibrant energy of their bond. The luminescent fireflies swirled around them, their soft glow mirroring the gentle spark that ignited in Callista's heart, a connection born of shared experiences and mutual respect.
"Look how far we've come," Adonis said, gesturing toward the clearing with a wave of his hand.
The forest seemed alive with promise, a testament to the lives they had rebuilt through sheer will. Each flicker of light and sound told a story of struggle and perseverance, of kindness blossoming amidst despair. Callista smiled, the corners of her lips curling in delight, as she watched the fireflies weave between the branches overhead.
"Yes, it's beautiful," she replied, a hint of mischief lacing her voice. "I sometimes wonder if the forest is celebrating our triumphs too."
Adonis chuckled, his laughter a soft echo in the tranquil clearing.
"If it is, I must say it has impeccable taste," he said with a light-heartedness that put her at ease.
Their camaraderie was a balm, a reminder that even in the depths of hardship, there existed an undeniable warmth, one that fostered the creation of beauty and hope. The forest vibrated with life as the whispers of lost souls filled the air, guiding them forward with gentle nudges. Callista felt a soothing embrace envelop them, and she inhaled deeply, relishing the harmony around them. The moss beneath their feet was lush and forgiving, muffling their footsteps as they moved closer to the ancient tree.
"This place, it breathes life, doesn't it?"
Callista remarked, gesturing to the surroundings, the ferns curling outward, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a warm glow across their path. "Indeed," Adonis agreed, his voice rich with wonder.
"It reflects the lives we've touched, and the lives we still aim to reach."
A peaceful silence settled between them, punctuated only by the soft rustle of leaves. Each inhale and exhale seemed to synchronize with the pulse of the forest, a rhythmic reminder of their journey together. As they turned to leave the clearing, Callista took one last glance at the ancient tree, its glow promising strength and guidance. With Adonis by her side, she felt a deep-seated assurance that no matter the challenges that lay ahead, they would face them together. Hand in hand they walked onward, the woods alive around them, illuminating the path ahead and all the memories yet to be made. The winding pathway, carpeted in soft moss and lined with glowing fungi, beckoned Callista and Adonis deeper into the whispering woods. Every twist and turn revealed bursts of delicate wildflowers that shimmered in the dappled light, a testament to the beauty that had flourished under their care. As they walked, the gentle sounds of nature accompanied them, a symphony that felt both inviting and reassuring. Callista glanced at her surroundings, her heart swelling with joy as she noticed the smallest wonders of the forest, how the dew clung to the leaves like diamonds, how the whispers of the wind played gently through the branches, carrying with it the stories of their sanctuary.
"Isn't it amazing how the forest thrives?" she said, her voice filled with wonder. "Each flower seems to dance with joy."
Adonis smiled, his eyes lighting up at her enthusiasm.
"It mirrors our journey, does it not?"
"From shadows to light," he replied, his voice warm like the soft glow illuminating the fungi at their feet. He adjusted the small lantern hanging from a nearby branch, allowing its flicker to cast playful shadows against the bark.
"Each soul that finds its way here is another bloom added to our sanctuary."
Their light-hearted banter enveloped them, a shield against the weight of the world outside their sanctuary. As they strolled, the remnants of laughter hung in the air, mingling with the scents of damp earth and fresh blooms. With every step, they encountered souls newly arrived at the edge of their realm, hesitant but hopeful.
"Ah, look there."
Callista pointed toward a timid wanderer peering around, confusion etched on their face.
"Let's lend a hand."
Together they approached the lost soul, whose features shimmered like a reflection in the water. Adonis knelt down to meet their gaze.
"Fear not, dear one.
You have arrived at a place of safety. We are here to guide you." Callista added, "The forest is a sanctuary, a home for all seeking peace.
Come, you can rest."
With gentle gestures, she motioned for the wanderer to follow them to a nearby fallen log, soft moss providing a natural seat for the weary traveler.
"Who would have imagined that misfortune would lead us to all this beauty?"
Callista teased, looking up at Adonis with a playful gleam in her eye. Adonis chuckled, his laughter blending harmoniously with the ambient sounds around them.
"The forest has its own sense of humor," he replied, a glint of mischief dancing in his expression.
It was a running joke between them, how their paths had intertwined in the most unexpected of ways. As the lost soul settled against the log, Callista knelt beside them, offering a comforting hand on their shoulder.
"You're safe here. Just breathe and take in the warmth of the woods."
Adonis nodded, his voice steady and calming as he pointed out the glowing fungi.
"These little wonders guide lost souls like you to solace. Let them light your way as you rest."
The wanderer gazed up at the fungi, their awe reflected in the gentle blush of their cheeks.
"Thank you. I was so lost."
Their voice trembled, a mixture of fear and relief. "You are found now," Callista assured, her tone soft and nurturing, echoing the kindness she had carried since the darkest days of her own life. "Together we create beauty from our struggles," Adonis added, the depth of his voice resonating with warmth.
"And you, dear friend, are a part of that beauty now."
Laughter and conversation spilled forth easily between the trio, a shared moment of solace blooming in the air. Adonis gestured with his hands as he recounted a story of their latest discovery, of a particularly delightful grove filled with singing birds that made even the most hardened of hearts smile. Callista's eyes sparkled with glee, nudging Adonis playfully, urging him to embellish the tale, and drawing giggles from their newfound friend.
"Are there truly birds that sing here?"
the lost soul asked, their curiosity igniting hope.
With a melody so sweet, it will have you dancing in no time.
Adonis replied, his smile radiant, infecting those around him with cheer. As their laughter echoed, the surroundings seemed to harmonize with their joy. The forest wrapped around them like an embrace, a serene melody of life unraveling at their fingertips. Callista paused, inhaling the earthy scent of the woods as a gentle breeze whispered through the leaves.
You know, she said thoughtfully, I sometimes wonder if the forest has a way of reflecting our hearts.
When we nurture it, it flourishes. Adonis nodded in agreement, a rare solemnity washing over him.
Just like our bonds with one another, each act of kindness, each bit of warmth adds light to the world.
With the wanderer nestled against the log, Adonis stood, extending a hand to Callista as he pulled her gently to her feet.
Shall we guide this soul further into the woods, my kind-hearted companion?
Indeed, let us explore the secrets this sanctuary holds, Callista replied, her spirit soaring with joy. As they resumed their journey down the pathway, they helped the newfound soul adjust to the gentle light, guiding them forward into the heart of their transformed home. The shimmering fungi continued to illuminate their way, a tangible reminder of the nurturing that had taken root in the woods. With each step, Callista felt a sense of purpose ripple through her, an echo of laughter and light intertwining with the essence of the forest. In the distance, the glowing lanterns beckoned, inviting the lost souls closer, creating a tapestry of light against the darkened woods. As they ventured deeper, surrounded by the beauty of their sanctuary, a sense of unity and hope swelled within them all. Callista's heart sang with joy, knowing that together they would continue to weave a sanctuary where all could find their way home.